안녕하십니까.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Jo Sun-mi, working at the Korea Rural Economic Institute. I would first like to express my appreciation to all of you who are joining here. I would also like to express my gratitude to the institutes and organizations that have helped us in putting together this session. I will be the MC of the session. Before we begin the session, I'd like to make some housekeeping announcements. There will be a photo session after the session is over. Now let us begin the session. First of all, I am going to invite President Kim Hong-sang for the Korea Rural Economic Institute. He's going to deliver his opening remarks. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
예,
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Kim Hong-sang, President of the Korea Rural Economic Institute. There are many challenges due to COVID-19. I would like to thank you for joining us for the Global Korea Convention. The Global Korea Convention is co-organized by the NRC and LH, and this convention is to promote inclusiveness, co-prosperity, peace, and sustainable development of the global community. And Korea wishes to be a global leader in promoting global solidarity and cooperation. And under this theme, we have many sessions where we will discuss global Korea initiatives and strategies to implement this initiative. The Korea Rural Economic Institute has prepared a session on agriculture, fisheries, and forestry. I'd like to take this opportunity to express my gratitude to the Korea Maritime Institute, Korea Rural Community Corporation, Korea Forest Service, Ministry of Agriculture and Food, Korea Institute of Ocean Science and Technology, and Korea Overseas Agro-Resource Development Association. As you may know, agriculture, fisheries, and forestry is the basis for economic and social development of developing countries, and it is crucial for achieving SDGs. So far, Korea has been providing assistance and support to developing countries based on our policy and technology experiences in the areas of agriculture, fisheries, and forestry. As we are going through the challenging times of COVID-19 pandemic, we understand that promoting food security and nutrition, as well as smart farming and digital New Deal, will be crucial for further development. It is estimated that the maritime and fisheries industry is going to be about $3 trillion in size in 10 years. And Korea has the potential to become a leader in ocean-based blue economy. As such, it is crucial for Korea to promote international development cooperation with coastal developing countries. In this background, we have prepared a session where relevant organizations and institutions on agriculture, fisheries, and forestry will discuss how we can implement the Global Korea Initiative and how we can further strengthen international cooperation in the post-COVID-19 era. In this session, we will hear about the current status and support policies for agriculture development assistance in other countries, as well as international cooperations on fisheries and maritime affairs and ODA projects for sustainable development. And there will be presentations and discussions. It is time to pull together our wisdom in order to overcome this crisis. In this sense, I hope that this session will be an opportunity to facilitate exchanges and cooperation among the relevant institutions and agencies in order to strengthen international cooperation on agriculture, forestry, and fisheries for future development. With that, I'd like to conclude my opening remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President Kim Hong-sam, for your opening remarks. For this session, we have 3 presentations. The presentations will be on overseas achievements in the field of agriculture, SDGs, and ODA. The first presentation will be by Mr. Kim Jong-sun of the Korea Rural Economic Institute. He will present concerning Korean companies working overseas in the field of agriculture and policies to support them. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Good morning. As have been introduced, I am Kim Jong-sun of KREI. The topic for my presentation today is the current status of Korean companies working overseas in the field of agriculture. I will jump right into my presentation due to the time constraint. Here in the table of contents, you will be able to see that I will be presenting the current status of Korean companies working overseas in the field of agriculture. And I would like to also talk about some policy goals as well as setting some goals for achievements. According to our law related to international cooperation of developing agriculture and forestry resources, companies working overseas must register, and there have been 195 companies that have registered. And as of today, that number has grown to 208. This figure is for September of 2020. And we can see that there are 4 different types of companies. Companies that have actually moved into overseas markets, companies that have moved in but have withdrawn, companies that are planning to move into other companies, and companies who have given up. So there are 4 different types of companies. So of the 195 registered companies, 67 are currently working overseas. Let's take a look at some statistics for the 67 companies that are actually working overseas. The surveys were conducted between October and November of this year. The data presented here are the data that have been surveyed until the end of November, and we are in the process of analyzing the data. So the data that we have presented here are the interim results. If we take a look at the companies where the companies are countries where the companies are working at, we can see that 29 companies are currently working in Southeast Asia, and we can see 14 are working in Asia outside of Southeast Asia. 10 companies are working in Russia and Central Asia. We can see that 26 of the companies have moved outside of Korea from 2011 to 2015. We can see that the average investment amount is 5.7 billion won. We can see that a bulk of the companies are investing less than 1 billion won, and 18% of the companies have invested more than 10 billion won. You can see that there is a wide spread in the investment scale. You can see that the average is 5.7, but most companies have a smaller scale investment. Most of the investments overseas have been conducted to secure land as well as buildings. Here you can see the average profit rates. From 2017, profits have been increasing. Of course, this year, due to COVID-19, there has been a slight drop. You can see that overall, there's about a 10% profit rate. Let's take a look at some fields that these companies are working in. Of the 67 companies, 68% are in production of agriculture, fisheries, or forestry goods. 49% are in logistics. And you can see that 37% of them conduct end-to-end business, including production to distribution. And if we take a look at the items, corn and mill takes up the bulk amount. And you can see that they usually hire local employees through people that they know. So it's usually the case that low-skilled workers are employed at these companies. Let's take a look at the survival rates of these companies. So we have conducted the survey until the end of November, and we are in the process of analyzing the data. So here you can see the data from last year when we conducted our own research. We took a look at the difference, the gap between the actual companies starting to work overseas and when they started to register. So we could see that for most companies, they start working overseas first before they register, which means that they do not have sufficient opportunities to learn about the market and plan ahead. If we take a look at the survival rate of these companies, it's 67%, and the average length of survival is 5.9%. We see that 20% of the companies withdraw from foreign markets within 3 years, which means that after 3 years, the survival rate stabilizes. Let's take a look at the types of businesses. We see that companies in production compared to food processing or distribution, their survival rates are higher. And if we take a look at the regions, compared to the southern hemisphere, companies working in the northern hemisphere have a better survival rate. Let's take a look at the investment types. We see that companies that have a JV have a higher survival rate. And obviously, this is quite natural. The higher the investment, the higher the survival rate. This is analysis based on the Cox regression model, and you can see that the results are quite similar. When the company receives subsidies from the government, we can see that subsidies have a positive impact on the survival rate. Of course, it's not statistically significant, but we see that there is a positive effect. So in order to heighten the survival rate, we will need to expand the support by the government. Here we can see that I have been talking about the current status based on interim results, but to summarize the data, we can see that 1/3 of the companies that have registered actually work overseas. And of the companies that are actually working overseas, we see that not all of them survive, and the companies that have registered, of them, 44% of them actually do not start working overseas. So after registering, until they actually start working overseas, we will need additional government support. And if we take a look at investments, we see that many of the companies have small-scale investments. As I mentioned before, the scale of investments has a positive impact on the survival rate, and so we need to find policy support to help companies increase the volume of their investment. And if we take a look at management results, the revenues and profit rates are on the increase. In terms of production, we can see that many of the companies working overseas were concentrating on production. And if you take a look at sales, a bulk of the produced goods have been brought back to Korea, and there's also a certain amount that has been sold locally. Other than grains, we need to secure food security in Korea, and as long as we are importing food, we can utilize these Korean companies working overseas. And we see that many of the companies went through difficulties in the process of working overseas or planning to work overseas. And so in this process, we would need to provide them with support in information collection and training. And without a secure plan, it's very difficult to survive in an overseas market. So we would need professional support concerning these stages. And during the early stages, when initial investments are necessary, they would need to be provided with market information. In the production or sales stage, we need to provide these companies with information about the market that they are entering. So, what would be the production environment, the investment climate, and other factors? So all of these information should be provided to the companies before they actually start working overseas. We can see that the satisfaction for policies was overall quite low, and so we would need to expand policy support at the same time, provide more information about the available policies. And here are the requests from the companies. They would like to have information about a variety of companies, and they would also like to see more financial support. And concerning the import of the goods that they have produced overseas, they would like support concerning tariffs and transportation costs. So all of the costs involved in importing their goods back to Korea are the issues that they would like to see solutions for. Here are some of the policy goals. In 2017, the third comprehensive plan was announced, and that plan lasted from 2018 to 2022. And that plan actually includes the determination to expand overseas marketing of our products and also to facilitate companies to go overseas and work in foreign markets. Due to COVID-19, we also realized the importance of having a secure supply of agricultural goods. And so, another policy goal that has been at the focus is the stable supply of agricultural goods. So the policy direction in the future is to make sure that there are not silos of these policies, but we need to make sure that we work hand in hand so that the two pillars of secure supply and facilitating Korean companies to work overseas go hand in hand. So the two goals that I just mentioned are the goals that we are trying to achieve through these performance goals. And each of the performance goals has performance indicators. So in order to help companies work overseas, we need to build capacity and we need to find support for the companies. In order to have a secure supply of imported agricultural goods, we need to produce more overseas, and we also need to find ways to support the import of goods produced by Korean companies. We need to increase the number of companies that actually work overseas, and we also need to expand loans provided to these companies. We need to make sure that more companies register, and that more companies utilize the policies. We also need to provide them with consulting and training opportunities. And we need to make sure that we have more participants for consulting and training. In order to facilitate the companies taking root in foreign markets, we need to have indicators such as the number of companies overseas and the number of companies that actually settle down in foreign markets, as well as the survival rates of these companies. In order to have a production base overseas, we need to have indicators for the number of companies producing foods and the land area that is used. In order to expand the import of such goods, we need to have indicators for the volume of imported goods and the number of companies working overseas and exporting their finished goods back to Korea. And we also decided the weight for each of the indicators through the AHP analysis. The AHP survey is currently ongoing, and the figures that you see here are the figures from the 9 experts that we have surveyed. You can see that 0.59 is the weight for facilitating companies to work overseas, and 0.41 is the weight for securing the supply of foreign goods. And you can see that the weight for building capacity is 0.58, and the weight for the goal of bringing back the goods produced by Korean companies was 0.54. You can see that the weight for the number of companies receiving loans was quite high, and the weight for the number of companies that survive was quite high, and the weight for the actual volume of produced goods was high, and the weight for the indicator for the volume of agricultural goods imported back to Korea was high. And so we have actually applied these weights to the indicators that we are currently using. And now we have the actual figures for the goals. We can see that the enhancement of capacity was 57.1, providing more support was 55.9, and it's meaningless to compare the numbers to each other. We would like to see that 55.9 stands at 100, and so we have a base of 100 points, and then we can come up with the actual indicators, and we can see that the 2020 figure is 77, but if we say that the 77 is 100, then you can see that we can compare these figures with future figures so that we can continue to compare this in the mid to long term. And so, based on this, we have the mid to long term goals, and you can see that the actual detailed performance indicators have been set as goals so that we can increase the indicators showing an increase in the actual quality of these goals. Thank you very much.
네, 우리 농기업의 해외 농업
Thank you very much
분야의 정
For your presentation on the support for Korean companies working overseas in the field of agriculture.
Next, I'm going to invite Mr. Han Deok-kun from the Korea Maritime Institute. His presentation will be on international cooperation on fisheries and maritime affairs for achieving SDGs, and there will be a video message from Professor Mandao Gueye of Senegal's ENFM. Please welcome him with a big hand.
예, 안녕하십니까.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Han Deok-kun, Center Director at the Korea Maritime Institute. First of all, I would like to say that it is my honor to have this chance to give a presentation. I am going to discuss how we can promote international cooperation on maritime and fisheries areas in order to achieve the SDGs. There are three parts in my presentation. First of all, I'm going to discuss the connection between SDGs and maritime and fisheries affairs. And secondly, I'm going to discuss some specific KOICA and ODA projects for international development projects that KMI has been pursuing. And finally, I'm going to discuss the overall directions of international cooperation in the future. And then I will show you the short video message. First, I want to discuss the significance of oceans. The oceans take up 71% of the Earth's surface, and they account for 97% of the water circulation. They control the environment, and also the oceans take up 99% of Korea's import and export, and you can find abundant marine resources and species inside the oceans. So we always say that oceans have great potentials. But now, as the global economic growth is slowing down, there is a growing attention to the blue economy and the importance of oceans for economic development. And I believe that this is something that we need to pay a key attention to. These are the estimated values of oceans, and you can see that the value of the oceans, when all the other value adds are combined, would be $24 trillion per year. Currently, the annual gross marine product is about $2.5 trillion, which is ranked at the 7th compared to 14th of Korea. However, there are many challenges. As with other sectors, we have climate change, acidification, and marine waste problems, and overfishing and pollution. So these are quite significant challenges. And in relations to the SDGs, the advanced countries are able to address these challenges, but the developing countries are not really able to address these challenges. And this is where we need to provide assistance. Number 14 of the SDGs is about marine environment, but the marine and fisheries include many other aspects. So I can say that the marine environment is related to the other SDGs as well. As of 2019, KOICA, EDCF, and all the other ODA projects would amount to 44.3 billion won, so it is only 1.4% of the total ODA of Korea. And there are loans extended for transportation and warehousing, but as for grants, they were mainly for fisheries and education. You may refer to this table for more information. Now, moving on to the Ministry of Oceans and Fisheries. The title is the cooperation with the coastal states, and the budget for 2020 is 15.5 billion won. And most of these ministry driven ODA projects are in the forms of grants, bilateral grants. Before 2010, we used to supply goods for assistance, but now our ODA projects encompass a variety of areas, including education and training. Let's compare the size of ODA against Japan. Currently, as of 2018, Japan's maritime ODA is $13.2 billion, but our size is much smaller. So our ODA size is about only 6% of what Japan has been providing to the developing countries. So we need to increase our maritime-related ODAs. Now, I'd like to give you some specific cases. We have been collaborating with research institutes and international organizations for international development promotion. And we have been building a network of researchers. And in Myanmar, Peru, Fiji, Russia, and China, and Spain, we have overseas operations as well. Now we are operating the International Development Cooperation Center based on the Basic Act on the Development of Marine and Fisheries Industries. We have the legal basis for designating ourselves as a key research institute. And we are now in the process of putting together plans for the future. But first of all, we are focused on identifying future assistance opportunities and building statistical bases and also providing training and education. These are the medium and long-term strategies which will be in line with the objectives of the government, including job creation and following the new Southern and new Northern policies. And we will also utilize multilateral ODA projects, and there will be strengthening of assistance in various areas. I'm going to give you some more details about each of these areas. First of all, the Yeosu Academy. After the Yeosu Fair was concluded, there was this Yeosu Academy that was initiated to provide training for young people, and this year this was taken as the ODA project. And there are many other success cases that I'm going to cover at the end. The second project is providing training for sailors in Vietnam based on the bilateral agreement between Korea and Vietnam, and also based on the MOU between the two countries. So this was a ministry-level ODA project, and KMI was the executing institute. And even though we had challenges due to COVID-19, in September, we were able to provide this educational ship, which will be used for training and education, and we will continue to carry out training ODA project going forward. Now, KMI has this general initiative for global maritime research cooperation. One more point that I want to make is that since 2010, we have been holding Korea Africa Fisheries Forum since 2011, Korea South Pacific Fisheries Forum, and since 2016, Korea Latin America Fisheries Forum. So it is mainly about us going to these countries and building a research network. And we are going to continue to utilize this network. And by utilizing the network, we were able to identify ODA opportunities, such as the case in Senegal. And so we're also asking other relevant organizations to utilize this network as a platform. Vietnam and Myanmar, and there were online training sessions provided, and we will also continue to work with other developing countries. And we are involved in the North Pacific Arctic Research Community. In 2013, Korea was designated as an observer along with China and Japan. In order to increase our role as the observer, we initiated this North Pacific Arctic Research Community based on the initiative of Korea. And this year, we are celebrating the Arctic Week. And in Busan, many institutes were invited, and there's this council discussion going on. And as part of this council, we have the Korea Arctic Academy that is connecting relevant universities for training and education. The Asia Pacific Maritime Policy Research Project is conducted along with UN ESCAP and PEMSIA. And we have Korea-Russia Joint Research Institute or project in Russia. And we also have China Research Center. Moving on to the ENFM education in Senegal, we sent a 100-ton ship for training purposes. And since 2017, for 4 years, by this year, we provided training on site. This was received very well. And as you can see in these pictures, for the past 4 years, we have carried out various activities, and they will all be put together in this report. As for this next project, we were scheduled to have this from this year for 3 years, but we were not able to do so this year due to COVID-19, but we will initiate this project next year via online. Now I'm going to discuss the future plans. There are many different plans that we have been putting together, but first of all, we have to make a revision so that the Minister of Oceans and Fisheries should be included in the Committee for International Development Cooperation. And currently, Senegal is the only country that is included in the ODA framework with fisheries and maritime industry indicated, but we have to include this area more for the ODAs. And we need to have regular interactions with COICA and EDCF. And we also have to make sure that ODA package is designed that it would include fisheries and marine related topics. In addition, there are high-level meetings organized by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and we need to provide content support. And we want to support various seminars and workshops. And we also plan to promote multilateral cooperation with international organizations. And we need to pursue a more integrated ODA project that encompasses other areas. It's not just about fisheries and marine affairs, but also we need to connect them to other projects. For instance, in Vietnam, there is the mangrove-related project pursued by the Minister of Agriculture. This is a wonderful project, and we can make connections to this kind of project. And in many developing countries, they have agro-fishery industries prevalent. So this is something that we need to promote so that we can have a more integrated approach. And there are many demands for farming and other related technology from the developing countries. And also there's a demand for coastal management due to climate change. And these kinds of integrated approaches have been implemented by advanced countries. And I believe that Korea also needs to apply this kind of integrated approach that encompasses various industries. So these are the three action plans. And to do so, we all need to have a regular consultation with COICA and EDCF and other relevant organizations. Moving on to some specific plans related to the new southern and new northern policies. In Kyrgyzstan, we are now in the process of discussing establishing an institute. When the Prime Minister of Kyrgyzstan visited Korea, there was the summit-level MOU. And based on this MOU, we are carrying out the feasibility study. And also with Myanmar, we are now identifying research opportunities. In Fiji and Kiribati, we are now discussing sustainable fishing and sustainable industries. And with Western Africa, especially with Senegal and Ghana, we are planning to promote exchanges and strengthening capacity of female fishermen and many other infrastructure projects. Now, can you please play the video?
네, 베트남을 국빈 방문 중인 문재인 대통령은
President Moon Jae-in is visiting Vietnam, and there will be a summit meeting. Korea ASEAN Special Summit meeting is being held in Busan. By expanding cooperation on culture and technology, Vietnam will be a key partner in implementing new southern policy. And in order to strengthen our bilateral cooperation, there is a special project that is underway by KMI. The Hannara Ho ship is delivered to Vietnam as part of ODA, and this ship will be utilized for sailors training and education in Vietnam so that capacity building can take place. There was an agreement between Korea and Vietnam in 2019 at the summit meeting, and an MOU was signed. And this was carried out as a grant project for 2020 ODA. We're not just giving away a ship, but also there are many sailors from Vietnam in Korea. And we're planning to carry out an ODA project to strengthen the capacity of these sailors. In the past, Vietnam Maritime University had some difficulties in training their students because they didn't have the school vessel. But after 3 months of repair, the ship is now going to sail to Vietnam. This ship was in operation for more than 20 years as the training ship. Because this is designed as a training ship, it has many facilities and equipment that are suitable for training. It can contain 152 students and 30 crew members. In April, KMI hosted this training session, and there was a meeting to discuss the details about this project. And they were able to share experiences and also discuss specific plans to promote mutual training. And finally, in September, after several postponements, the final signing ceremony was held. And this would be a new beginning for further cooperation between the two countries. And it was thanks to the dedication and hard work of many people. Now, the Vietnam Maritime University will be able to utilize this vessel for on-site training and education of their students. We believe that this project will be able to facilitate further bilateral cooperation between the two countries.
부산항을 떠나
Now the ship is sailing off of Busan Port to Haiphong Port in Vietnam. And the ship is going to help students learn to become more capable crew members. And this will also help them dream a bigger dream for the future. Now the new challenge of this Hannara ship will begin. We're holding hands together and we dream for a better future for the two countries.
I greet all the members of the Republic of Korea, and in particular the KMI with its maritime expertise. With your permission, sir, I will introduce the wonderful contribution of the donation of the school ship, the Jandair, for Senegal, for the practice and navigation and training of the seabed. The government of the Republic of Korea has set up a project to support fishing establishment and infrastructures in African coastal countries. The main objective of the program is to develop the capacity and livelihoods in the countries of West Coast of Africa. To achieve this objective, a school vessel was donated in December 2015 of the Senegal Ministry of Fisheries and Economy with aim to promoting maritime education, in particular the strengthening of navigation safety. In Senegal, the fishing sector constitutes an essential component of economic development, and both fishing and social and fishing is a source of concurrency. Fishing directly employed 20% of the population. Net abandoned it, but were lost in pollution of marine waters constitute a major problem in Senegal, and this has worrying repercussions of marine species and pose a threat to ship. It is the moment to thank the Republic of Korea for the donation of the ship, which will lead an effective fight for the cleaning of the seabed, and especially the practice for our students to approach by skills. Thanks for KMI for the support and training. This cheap donation will also allow Senegal to preserve its policy of our ocean and sea for future generations and achieve the Millennium Development Goals. Thank you for your attention.
예, 감사합니다. 발표 모두.
Thank you very much for your attention.
네, SG 달성을 위한
Thank you very much for your presentation on the international cooperation for SDGs. Thank you to Mr. Han Deok-kun. The last presentation will be presented by Mr. Kim Jin-wook of the Korea Rural Community Corporation concerning cooperation to enhance the sustainability of ODAs. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Thank you very much. Pleased to meet you. I am the last presenter for this session. I am Kim Jin-wook of the Korea Rural Community Corporation. The topic that I will be covering is the cooperation between agriculture-related agencies to enhance the sustainability of ODA. I have actually created a model which I will present through this presentation. First, I would like to introduce our corporation and the overview of international cooperation, how to create a partnership, and I would like to present a model at the end of my presentation. Let me first introduce the Korea Rural Community Corporation. In 1908, we were established as a co-op in Jeonbuk. And in 2000, we were able to bring together 3 agencies related to agriculture. And in 2005, we changed our name to the Korea Agriculture Agency. And in 2008, we have expanded our scope to include fishing villages and came up with the name Korea Rural Community Corporation. Here you could see our missions. So we are covered under the relevant law, and we have a farmland bank and farmland management function. We also have the function of promoting the increase of productivity in agriculture and to contribute to rural communities. So we conduct landfills and modernization of fishing and farming villages. We also conduct irrigation development, the maintenance of irrigation facilities, and the improvement of water quality. We also conduct farmland-based pension systems so that we can enhance the capabilities and competitiveness of fishing and rural villages. We also conduct activities to enhance the exchanges between urban areas and rural areas. Here you can see some of our major overseas projects. Based on the Korean activities that I have mentioned, we focus on sharing our infrastructure technology and development of rural communities. We have 3 main pillars. We have technology transfer, support for companies moving overseas, and also international cooperation. We work through international organizations such as MDV, and we participate in the technology transfer or technology exports. Second, we cooperate with private companies so that these private companies can move to foreign markets, or we can provide aid for the development of rural communities overseas. In 1967, we went to Vietnam for the first time, and up until now, we have been working with 39 countries in Asia, Africa, and Latin America to conduct 159 projects. And in 2000, the Ministry of Food, Agriculture, and Rural Affairs has designated us as the ODA Execution Agency. and from 2009, we have conducted government-funded projects. Here you can see the current status of our projects. As of 2020, we have 40 ongoing projects in 17 countries covering ODA projects and technology transfers. Next, let's take a look at the international cooperation. If we take a look at ODA by Korea, as of 2020, we provide 3.4 trillion won worth of aid. This actually includes aid and loans, and 9.9% of that is in agriculture, fisheries, and forestry. To the best of my knowledge, according to data by international organizations, support in agriculture is twice or 3 times more effective compared to ODA in other areas because it is directly related to the food of the recipients. Here you can see the budget for the Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Affairs in 2020. It covers 34 projects worth 71.1 billion won, and of that, we conduct 19 projects worth 17.9 billion won. The Ministry of Food, Agriculture and Rural Affairs are conducting projects for cooperation in planning and also cooperation for multilateral aid. Mostly, we participate in the first kind, where we provide materials and human resources for the planning portion, for example, capacity building and then the subsequent construction. With multinational organizations, the Ministry of Food, Agriculture and Rural Affairs signs MOUs to conduct various programs to tackle global issues. And we also have the CAPEX projects, which are consulting projects. For example, we would conduct joint research, or we would invite recipient countries to come to Korea for training. As you see on the screen, from 2011, we have conducted various projects such as building infrastructure to increase the income of rural communities, such as irrigation dams, treatment after harvest, processing facilities, or having test beds for training. We also conducted projects to improve the living environment of the local community, such as building village centers or providing drinking water facilities. In order to build capacity, we conduct training for farming technologies. We also invite farmers or government officials to Korea to conduct training. The third part of my presentation will cover cooperation with other agriculture-related agencies in Korea. So our corporation and the ministry has conducted a converged program from 2018 along with the KOICA, MOFA, MOTI, and the Rural Community Corporation. From 2018, we have conducted 6 programs. We have expanded that to 14 in this year. We usually cooperate with the Rural Community Corporation, and they actually participate mostly focused on developing specific varieties and expanding that to R&D training. What we do is we take the results of the R&D and work on facility provision or infrastructure building to enable farmers to actually use the results of such research. Why do we need collaboration between agriculture-related agencies? When we conduct individual projects, we see that on the average, we spend about 3.5 billion won per project. Of course, we do have great results from these projects, and capacity building and environmental improvements, technology transfers have been achieved. But because these projects are in silos, it's very difficult to make the results sustainable. And because different agencies have their own projects, sometimes it's difficult to foster expertise in these areas. And so we thought that based on the ODAs that we are conducting, combining that with the needs of the recipient countries, we could converge all of these projects and have a partnership. So in the end, we are looking to share Korean experience, so we need a model to comprehensively share the development experience of Korea. If we collaborate between agencies, we believe that we will have very good results. Through collaboration, we could have efficient execution of budget, and we could also converge individual projects to enhance efficacy as well as sustainability. And we could make the model systematic so that we would have easy information sharing as well as discovery of new projects. So if we could have a collaboration model which we could plan and execute together, it would be more efficient. And I would like to propose such a model at the end of my presentation. So we look forward to various agencies working together. In order to do that, we would need a communication channel. So that is why we need a partnership. Through this partnership, we would be able to share information to enhance understanding of various projects. And because we have projects at different agencies, through the partnership, we would be able to facilitate each other's understanding, discover new projects, reduce redundancies, as well as fragmentations. And so this year in May, we have worked with various agencies related to agriculture through the Ministry of Food, Agriculture, and Rural Affairs to conduct a partnership. And we actually used an online platform to conduct discussions. We hope that we could expand this to international organizations, private companies, recipient countries, and NGOs so that we could have an agricultural ODA platform. This would help us discover projects together and plan projects together as well as execution. Here is the proposal for the model. As I have mentioned before, through coming up with such a partnership, we would be able to have a centralized development support model. So we would be able to have long-term planning with strategic support. And so that is the model that we believe is necessary. In order to do so, we would need to have a certain scale of budget. And on the average, current projects last from 3 to 5 years, but we could expand that to projects for 5 years or longer. And we could also drill down into specific areas of support. So if we would conduct such a project, these would be the performance results that we could expect. For example, we could support the establishment of an administrative system and in the long run, enhance public administration. In terms of facility, we could build infrastructure which would enhance farming activities, which would then translate into higher production and the eradication of poverty. We could build capacity to foster experts in the beneficiary country to enhance the level of education, which would then create a virtuous cycle within the local area. We could create a value chain that could contribute to the eradication of hunger. So this is the proposed model. For example, this is a model of a development project at the beneficiary country for rice farming. So you can see that it includes irrigation systems, treatment after harvest, as well as marketing, distribution of the finished goods, including food processing. These days, many villages are suffering from extreme weather conditions due to climate change, and therefore safety inspections are also very important, which are included in Korea's proposed Green New Deal. And so in Korea, we have a system where comprehensive safety investigations are conducted, for example, for dams every 10 years. And so that is why we have included this in this project. For example, we have a 8 billion won project to do a safety investigation for a dam in Myanmar. And so this should be also included in a comprehensive plan. We believe that this would create a virtuous cycle that could lead to reinvestments. We need to develop irrigation facilities, land development, and farming machinery. We also need to provide policy consulting and come up with a master plan for the beneficiary village. We also need to establish a co-op. We also need to develop capacity for the public officials. We also need to conduct education for different varieties of crops that are farmed. This would include the development of varieties as well as the supply of varieties that are more stringent and more vigilant to environmental changes so that we could create a virtuous cycle. For different villages, we need to improve the living environment, and we also need to utilize the special crops grown in those villages to create a foundation for tourism, possibly. So, by coming up with a partnership amongst relevant organizations, we believe that each organization can play a different role. So, the ministry can be the overseeing organization. The Animal and Plant Quarantine Agency can participate in establishing a quarantine and disease control system. The National Agriculture Products Quality Management Service can come up with a system for quality management. Korea Seed and Variety Service can help with developing varieties, supplying varieties, and capacity building. NH is a management expert, so they can work with microfunding or branding. At our corporation, we are a production-based expert. For the Korea Agency for Education, Promotion, and Information Service in Food, Agriculture, Forestries, and Fisheries, they can work on smart farms and building capacity for local government workers. For the Korea Institute for Animal Products Quality Evaluation, they can work on agricultural products quality management. For the Korea Agriculture Machineries Industry Cooperative, they can work on the supply of machinery. The Rural Development Administration can work on establishing an R&D foundation. Korea Forest Service can work on reforestation, as well as creating carbon zero or carbon neutral villages, or they could help with establishing renewable energy or eco-tours. The Korea Rural Economic Institute, as you're well aware, could conduct master planning or policy consulting so that they can set the overall direction. So, having set this model, if we actually execute this model, we expect that the production volume will increase. There will be higher quality production, which will increase the overall amount of food production. We could also look forward to high quality and high profit crops, which will then lead to the increase in the income of the farming villages. We could also have villages that play the role of a hub, and these hubs then could impact the neighboring villages. And this could lead to the establishment of a development model for the increase of food production in developing countries. We could also conduct branding of the villages. We could also diversify the income for the village, and that could lead to new values for the village itself. So in conclusion, we have 41 government agencies conducting ODA projects. Our ministry and our corporation, we believe that agriculture-related organizations should form a partnership so that we can connect all of our relevant ODAs. This would help us plan and discover projects together, which would then be able to enable us to provide comprehensive projects. We look forward to your interest and cooperation. Thank you very much.
네, 농어촌공사의 해외사
Thank you very much. That was a presentation by Mr. Kim from Korea Rural Community Corporation about a cooperative model for relevant agencies. So we have heard all three presentations. Now we will move on to the panel discussion session. The panel discussion will be moderated by President Kim Hong-sang of the Korea Rural Economic Institute. I'd like to invite the moderator as well as the presenters and discussants. There are two panel discussants who will be joining us online.
네, 토론 시작에 앞서
Before we start our discussion, we would like to check the connection with our online participants. Pleased to meet you. I am Iun Soo of the Korea Overseas Agro Resources Development Association. Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you well. Yes. Mr. Chuan Chul of the Ministry of Food, Agriculture, and Royal Affairs. Yes, I am connected. Pleased to meet you. I am Chuan Chul. Pleased to meet you. We have heard three presentations, and now we have four designated discussants joining us. We have been given 25 minutes for the discussion. So for the four designated discussants, we would like to give you 4 to 5 minutes for your discussion. Let me take this opportunity to introduce the four discussants. We would like the two offline participants to speak first, and then the two online participants will speak after them. We have with us Mr. Chu Wan-chul, who is in charge of international cooperation at the Ministry of Agriculture, Food, and Rural Affairs. Pleased to meet you. Pleased to meet you, President Kim. We also have with us Mr. Park Jun-yong from the Korea Institute of Ocean Science and Technology, who is in charge of joint research between Korea and Peru. We have with us from the Korea Forest Service, Mr. Ham Tae-sik. And from the Korea Overseas Agro Resources Development Association, we have Secretary General Lee Eun-soo. Pleased to meet you. So we will start with Mr. Park Jun-yong. Then we will turn the floor to Mr. Ham Tae-sik. Then we will ask Secretary General Lee Eun-soo to speak. And then we will go to Director Chu Wan-chul for your remarks. So let us start with Mr. Park Jun-yong.
안녕하십니까?
Good morning. As introduced, I am Park Jun-yong from the Korea Institute of Ocean Science and Technology. I believe that I was invited as a discussant for maritime cooperation. As I am in charge of Korea-Peru Joint Research Center, I'm going to explain and share my experiences. The Korea-Peru Center is carrying out various projects. In particular, we are now promoting exchanges with the Latin American countries, and in reality, it is part of our efforts to strengthen our ODA for these countries, but no tangible project has been carried out. And there are several reasons why. We did some analysis of what we have been doing for the past several years. When you think about Europe and the US, Other than the budget issues, we have similar ways of thinking and similar approaches, so there aren't many challenges. However, when it comes to working with developing countries where we want to provide assistance, even though we are ready to offer assistance, projects were not carried out successfully. So we did some analysis to understand why. First of all, we came to realize that maybe we had our own ways of thinking and approaches that we thought and assumed that they would have similar approaches and similar framework. But we realized that there were many differences between the two countries or the two sides. As we are promoting global cooperation, especially when you're planning to work with developing countries, we need to move away from the mindset of just giving away assistance, but we need to understand the local situations. We need to develop an understanding of the recipient countries. And then we need to focus on strengthening our training capabilities. Before COVID-19, when you were carrying out an ODA project, what the recipient countries would say would be that they would want us to construct this and provide us with this. But now, due to COVID-19, we're not able to meet them in person. So what they are now asking for is mainly on training and education. As for the maritime affairs, many developing countries are relying on farm fishing because they are primarily reliant on the first industries. And they're asking if we can offer online training for these countries. And in addition to that, developing countries are now understanding the need for training and education, and they came to realize the issues of coastal line degradation and marine pollution, and they want to receive support and assistance in addressing these challenges. So by strengthening training and offering them training opportunities, we can use this as an opportunity to transfer our experiences and knowledge through training, and then we can design an effective ODA project that will befit their needs. As for our institution, we have about 7 ODA projects. In the beginning, it was mainly about farm fishing and also marine resources and species, and that was the key areas in the beginning. But nowadays, there are many other issues, including climate change and coastal line degradation. So they want assistance in terms of responding to these environmental challenges, and also they want to receive assistance in terms of marine warning system for natural disasters. So our institute is now in the process of transferring this early warning systems to some developing countries. This is very important for us as well. Now Korea is affected by climate change as well, and we need to be able to better respond to climate change and mitigate the impact. And a marine early warning and forecast system is crucial. Now, when we make predictions and forecasts, we should be able to access quality data about marine systems of other countries. So by promoting ODA, we can also tap into the data of the marine ecosystem from other countries so that we can advance our own forecast system going forward. Thank you. Thank you very much for your remarks. Due to the time limit, I will not summarize what he just said, but I think there are 2 key points. First of all, we need to understand the recipient country. There should be a mutual understanding. And secondly, there is more demand for assistance in terms of soft assistance, such as training, rather than hardware assistance.
해외 자원 담당
Next, I'm going to ask Mr. Ham Tae-sik from the Korea Forest Service for your remarks. And after all the discussions are made, I'm going to give each presenter about a minute for additional comments. Hello, I am Ham Tae-sik, and I'm going to discuss our international cooperation projects at the Korea Forest Service and what challenges we're experiencing right now. Similar to other organizations, our service has RED Plus projects and ODA projects and overseas forestry development projects. So there are three different kinds. Of course, we do work with international organizations as well. As for ODAs, there are two approaches. First of all, we need to understand what meaningful assistance we can provide to the recipient country so that such assistance can be sustainable. And in that sense, we need to make sure that our assistance is related to the supply chain. Otherwise, it may not be sustainable. What was discussed today was about cooperation among the relevant government agencies, because after an ODA project is over, there will be production and processing and sales, and this is related to the value chain. And in order to encompass the entire value chain, we need to work with the relevant government agencies. And also, we need to consider what kinds of benefits Korea can get from these ODA projects in terms of biodiversity, and in terms of providing business opportunities for Korean companies. Moving on to the RED Plus projects, these are gathering attention these days. For past 5 years, we had some carbon reduction projects for about $1.2 million, and this we would get 69% of the reduction of carbon that we were able to achieve through this project. So I believe that this will invite many other agencies and countries in the future. The RED Plus project is not just about training, but also about environment protection and other elements. So if your ministry or agency is interested, please join us. And there are projects for developing resources, natural resources overseas. One of the reasons why we are engaging in an ODA project is for overseas resources development. And I hope that more Korean companies will go overseas for these business opportunities. In order to do so, businesses need to be prepared fully, but I realized that there were some issues in terms of preparation and planning. So our Korea Forest Service is trying to provide support in the planning stage. And even though we have a wonderful plan, there are some realistic challenges. For instance, there are funding and financing issues. In the forestry sector, these cooperation projects are long-term for 10 or 20 years, and there's initial investment and funding needed, and companies are not really able to cover for this initial funding. When they want to get a loan, they need to provide a collateral, but a collateral for a project of 10 to 20 years is quite significant, and companies are struggling with this. And this is something that our service is considering as well. And now the National Assembly is in the process of revising the Natural Resource Development Act. I think that we should not focus too much on natural resources themselves, but rather approach this in terms of investment for the future. But unfortunately, it seems that the focus is still on the resources. But I believe that we need to build a foundation for Korean companies to operate successfully overseas. Thank you very much. He mentioned about carbon reduction projects and natural resource development projects and also ODA projects. Just like in the agricultural sector, there should be good preparation in advance. And we need to also involve private sector companies so that we can have more sustainable and long-term assistance projects. Thank you.
We will continue to our two discussants online. We will first go to Secretary General Lee Eun-soo. Thank you very much. I am Lee Eun-soo. First of all, Dr. Kim Jong-sun, thank you very much for your great presentation, and I can relate to your suggestions for improvements. Recently, overseas agriculture is changing in terms of the trend. POSCO Inter is entering Ukraine, and we also see the participation of companies in distribution. So, as one of the improvements for indicators, you put a lot of weight on the production volume. As you're well aware, in the beginning, we had a two-track system of production and securing supply, and we actually did not focus on securing supply, but now this portion is becoming more important than before. So when you create indicators for performance, I think this should be taken into consideration. I would also like to make a few proposals. There are two issues that have been pointed out for this project. Many companies have made inroads into foreign countries, but the survival rate is only 33%, very low. And I believe, as you have mentioned in your presentation, that 43% of the companies that register actually did not go to a foreign market. I think the registration system has to be improved. We register mostly because we want to send money overseas, but we sometimes actually go overseas, and when they need additional investments, they register. So I think the registration system itself is an issue. So when you're trying to transfer money overseas, you should give them temporary approval to do so. And then after conducting a business overseas, then they should officially register after they open their business. And so I think we should always look at the figures excluding those who actually did not go overseas. In Russia, there's a center, and in Cambodia, we have an official, and they actually perform a very positive role. Ever since the center was established in Russia, we see two companies that moved into the area and they continue their business. For Cambodia, there were 43 companies who were there without registering, but two registered last year and two this year so that they can participate in our system. So that actually enhances the rate of companies that settle down in the local areas. There are actually companies that are not registered but that are working in overseas markets. We need to register them so that we can enhance the performance results of our project. This project actually provides indirect support such as environmental and market researches. But I believe that you need to send experts to the local areas so that they can facilitate the work of the companies there. For example, when companies are new to that area, they can receive some information and they can also be protected from illegal activities such as fraud. And importing the food produced by Korean companies back to Korea, that's another issue. Well, we have a lot of food brought in from Russia, for example, 58,000 tons of wheat. So that is a positive direction. But because of the G2 war, a lot of the Chinese companies are not importing from the US, and so crop prices are increasing in Russia. And the companies there, they believe that it's better to sell to China rather than Korea. So we need to work on not only securing supply, but we also need to provide incentives for companies that are willing to export back to Korea. For example, providing them with logistical costs. Well, there is a markup cost. For example, we have bidding, but the bidding is a formality. And so if it's just a formality, if we could actually save on those costs, then it would be easier for the Korean companies overseas to export their food back to Korea. Well, we had the presentation by the Korea Rural Community Corporation on ODA. It seems that it would be great to have a collaboration between agriculture-related organizations. But this is ODA from the perspective of Korea. I think you may not be aware of the local situation. And after the ODA project is over, then you need to have follow-up activities. You can work through the companies or the Korean companies working there locally for these follow-up measures. That would be great. Thank you. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you for sharing with us the experience from the field. Thank you very much for pointing out very critical issues. Recently, we see that in Korea, ever since COVID-19, we believe food security is ever more important, and so we need to work on indicators that can evaluate the performance of food supply, but we also need to work on the logistical issues when we are importing food from the Korean companies working overseas. So thank you very much for sharing with us the detailed issues of the companies abroad. So concerning these points, I think we can also turn to Director Chu Won-chul, who is the last discussant. Your discussion, please. Thank you very much, President Kim. I am Chu Won-chul of the Ministry of Food, Agriculture, and Rural Affairs. Thank you very much for your presentations and comments. As you're well aware, ever since 2008, when there was the crop shock, we wanted to diversify the import of food, and we also wanted to respond to emergency situations. So during the last 10 years, we went through trial and error. It seems that we are taking root currently. In terms of volume, given the development area and the imported volume, we have seen significant increases. The point that I focus on is the long-term supply of food. For example, from Russia, we have about 10,000 tons of beans coming in. And concerning these beans, we have tariff benefits, the QRQ benefits provided. More recently, in terms of volume, in the past we only did farm development, but we see that there are more developments in farming and bringing the food back. For example, POSCO not only exports the food back to Korea, but also exports to Europe. So if we take a look at the volume, it's in the warehouse and then it's shipped on vessels. And so it's usually in the bulk vessel scale. So I think we are seeing the fruit of the efforts for the last 10 years where bulk amounts of food is being imported to Korea. And it's a system that is taking root around the world. Concerning future directions, many people mention that are we going to focus on grains and resources, or are we going to focus on facilitating Korean companies moving to foreign markets? Well, in the long term, we hope that Korean companies can work in foreign markets, and we hope that their income could increase through their activities. That is the direction that we need to go in the long term. But in the short term, this year and next year, when we see a spike in crop prices and grain prices, we need to focus on resource development. And so we need to decrease the burden of companies in grain businesses. So, for example, if they take out loans next year, we will reduce their interest by 0.5 percentage point. And that budget for the budget for this discount has been passed at the National Assembly. And this loan is for grain companies, but if you wish to receive information, consulting, internships, we will provide additional support for that as well. Let me briefly talk about ODA. So it's been about 10 years since we have worked on ODA for rural communities and agriculture. And it's not about us providing someone with something, But we need to work on the UN SDGs, especially eradicating poverty or hunger. As a member of the international community, we need to surely contribute to SDGs, and that is what we are targeting. So during the last 10 years, we can see two things. First, the increase in volume and efficiency. It seems that at our department, if we work alone, it's difficult for us to increase our volume and scale. So first, what we need to do is cooperate with relevant agencies. We cannot have ODA across the value chain. And so concerning technology and varieties and seeds, and concerning customers and distribution and marketing, we need to work with relevant organizations. And not only should we work through the government, but we also need to have public-private partnership or PPP so that we can fill in the gaps for the value chain. So for agro-machinery and seeds and variety, as well as food processing and food companies, we hope that companies can be included in this value chain as well. We also need to talk about efficiency. Many people have mentioned the word of sustainability, and I believe that that is quite meaningful. When the projects are over, then everything will stop. That is a concern that we have. The projects that we conduct should not be single-term projects. We could conduct follow-up projects, but that would mean that we need to continue to invest in these projects. So we need to make sure that the recipient countries could include this in their comprehensive development planning, or we need to connect with private companies, or we need to work with international organizations as a part of a multinational project. So even when our budget no longer flows into these projects, we hope that these programs could be maintained in the recipient countries to contribute in the long term to eradicate poverty and hunger. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your remarks. Director Chuan Char has mentioned this, and we have also heard from Mr. Han Tae-shik of the Korea Forest Service. We need to see a stable improvement and development of companies in Korea, as well as the projects. So in order to do that, we need to think about the whole value chain, the upstream and the downstream. And so we need to change our mindset to view the whole value chain together. In this process, PPP will definitely play an important role. I believe that this is relevant for fisheries as well. So in the beginning, you probably focus on production, and then you focus on distribution, logistics, and education and training. Especially in the process of distribution, when importing grains produced outside of Korea, there are political issues involved, and there are also many insufficiencies in the logistical chain as well. So as Director Chu has mentioned and other presenters has mentioned, we have talked about this in general. So we have heard from four discussants, and we will give 1 minute each to the presenters once again to add to their presentations or comments. Yes, we will go in the order of the presentation. Yes, Director Chu of the Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Rural Affairs, and Mr. Lee Eun-soo, thank you very much for your comments. In the long term, the Overseas Resource Development Program should be concentrating on Korean companies working overseas so that they themselves can develop resources on site. But in the short term, we need to establish hubs overseas so that we could supply the shortage of grains and animal feed in Korea. If that is the case, what we could do at our institute is to work with the ministry and also the execution agencies to provide accurate information for accurate decision making. This information should be on the status of the companies working overseas and their markets. So we need to have detailed information provided to the ministry. So we will play the role of providing the relevant information. Thank you.
예, 그러면
Thank you. Next, I'm going to ask Mr. Han to make additional comments. Thank you for all the discussions. In this session, we were able to discuss various issues related to agriculture and forestry, and I was able to see that what we have as concerns are similar to the kinds of concerns in other fields. And I was able to learn a lot from the other presenters and discussants when it comes to going overseas for business expansion and assistance. I believe that there are many areas where we can be involved as well from the marine side. And also in terms of ODA, as many people have already mentioned, we need to make sure that all our ODA projects are sustainable. And in that sense, we need to connect that to the value chain, which means that we need to collaborate with other agencies that can cover other parts of the value chain. And this is all about connection and partnership, and I was able to learn a lot from this session. Thank you very much.
Yes, we will go to Mr. Kim Jin-wook. Well, just like Director Chu Won-chul has mentioned, collaboration between relevant agencies is important. There are limitations of single agencies working alone in terms of budget as well. Secretary General Lee Eun-soo also talked about how we need the participation of Korean companies working overseas participating in the partnership. Well, the Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Rural Affairs has a relevant program to include such companies. So I hope that we can work through this ODA platform. And we should not have rhetoric only, so we need to make sure that we have a relevant administrative process. Having listened to the presentation by the Korea Maritime Institute, our corporation also includes fishing villages. And so in conducting ODA projects, we have many experts in this area. So please keep that in mind so that we can participate and collaborate with you. Thank you.
저희들에게 주
Thank you. I believe that we are running out of time. Even though this was a short session, we heard the 3 presentations and discussions from 4 designated discussants. And we were able to understand important lessons that we need to take into account in promoting ODA and international cooperation. And I hope that we will all collaborate in promoting international cooperation in our respective areas. As it is about time to close the session, I'm going to make some closing remarks. Today, in this session, we were able to learn a lot, and thank you very much for your contributions, your presentations, and discussions. And due to COVID-19, there were many restrictions, but we have these presenters and panel members here. And thank you very much to Mr. Han Won-seok for being here and being attentive. In this session, we discussed policy directions and international cooperation in the fisheries industry and ODA sustainability, and how we can connect with different agencies. I believe that our discussions in this session will set a direction and a vision for international development cooperation in our respective areas. I understand that there were many challenges due to COVID-19 as these institutions and agencies pursue international development projects, but I'd like to thank you for your hard work and dedication. And today's discussions are going to be very informative and helpful as we continue to develop ODA opportunities and cooperation with the relevant agencies for international cooperation. And with this, let us conclude this session. Thank you very much.
네, 토론에 참석해 주신
Thank you very much for your participation at this session. We would like to ask the panel on stage to stand at the edge of the stage for a group photo. For those of you who are participating online, we hope that you will participate in the photo session as well.
이윤수 사무국장님 한 번만 더 저희 사진 찍겠습니다. 온라인 참석자분들 아직 계시면 네, 한 번만 더 찍겠습니다.
진행하면 되는가? 예, 잠시 후 2020
Shortly, we are going to start Global Korea Convention 2020. To stop the spread of COVID-19, we are observing all the government guidelines for the convention. I'd like to ask you to keep your mask on throughout the convention. And also, today's convention, all the presentations are being live streamed on YouTube and on the convention website as well. So please observe the time schedule. Welcome to our session, Energy Sector and Climate Change. I am the moderator for the session, Dong-jin Choi from Institute for Climate Change Action. So we are now organized by the Ministry of Environment and Korea Environment Policy Institute and also KEEI as well. We'd like to start the opening ceremony. We will listen to first opening remarks by Director Yong Sung-jo from KEEI via video. So let's listen to Director Cho's message. Good morning. I am Yong Sung-jo from KEEI. We are co-hosting this conference with the Korea Environmental Policy Institute. Thank you all very much for attending this convention either on-site or online via YouTube. We are now coming towards the end of year 2020. The world was deeply challenged by COVID-19. COVID-19 really turned upside down our life and also impacted the global economy significantly. And also, many countries are now trying to reduce our reliance on carbon energy and to move towards carbon neutrality. This year, we see the start of new regulations, and also we want to reduce emissions. And by year 2015, we need to submit our roadmap to cut back our emission to the international community. We also announced to be a carbon neutral country. So, along with other 120 countries, Korea promised to become carbon neutral. And this is quite a challenge. We are heavily dependent on emitting industries such as petrochemical, cement, and other industries as well. So we emit a lot of carbon. So in the future, we might be challenged in terms of environmental friendly standards. So we need to act now to deal with the climate change and to migrate to low carbon society. This is not an option. This is a must to ensure our future survival. Reducing carbon emission is a new paradigm for the global economy, for our own economy, and for our future generation. We need to be more proactive in dealing with climate change and carbon emission. Particularly, it costs a lot of money to reduce carbon emission, and we need to view that cost as investment in our future. In today's session, we are going to put together everyone's wisdom to come up with ideas to solve these issues. And we have presentations for you to give you an overview of the current challenges and the potential way forward. I hope that today's session will be a forum for active idea sharing to resolve our current challenges.
carbon neutrality is now set as our national goal, but who is going to do what needs to be decided from now on. So to make decision, we hope to have a very active idea exchange. And once again, I want to thank you all for participating, and I hope today's session will be very informative for you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your opening remarks. And now I'd like to invite Vice President Young-soo Lee from Korea Environment Policy Institute for his welcoming remarks. Good morning. I am Young-soo Lee from KEI. Director Yong Sung-jo from KEEI and Ambassador Jae-chul Choi and also Director Dong-jin Choi from Institute for Climate Change Action, and all the speakers, Director O, Dr. Lee Sang-yeop, Dr. Lee Sang-jun, Dr. Hwang Se-young, and Dr. Kim Sung-jin as well. Thank you all for your contribution for this session. And also thank you all for the audience for participating in this session, both on-site and online. As you are well aware, response to climate change, it is a must to ensure our survival and our future. The world is now accelerating its migration to carbon neutral society and economy. A new international order is emerging in the global economy. EU and America and other countries are adopting carbon border tax, and global companies and financial companies are moving towards limiting their transactions and investment to eco-friendly companies. So in the face of these tremendous changes, Korea needs to be proactive. Regarding carbon neutrality, there is an international coalition, including 120 countries, to deal with this issue. And last September, at the Climate Summit meeting, 65 countries announced carbon neutrality, including China and Japan. And also, President Moon Jae-in, during his address to the National Congress in October 2018, President Moon mentioned that Korea is moving towards carbon neutrality by 2050 in attempt to deal with climate change. So this is very important. We have a lot of tasks to do in terms of energy conversion, industry innovation, and circular economy realization as well. And at my organization as well, we have a lot of research about low carbon society vision and vision implementation strategy, Korean Green New Deal strategy development, and others. Also, we have various forums that we run, for example, Green Conversion Policy Forum, Green New Deal, Environmentally Friendly Energy Conversion Forum, and Regional Green New Deal Symposium as well. These forums are our efforts to ensure enough communication among stakeholders. We want to expand people's awareness about this needed migration to carbon neutrality. And also, the Ministry of Environment worked together with my organization and KEEI to put together this session. Here we are going to talk about climate change response and what kind of policy direction is needed and what are sectoral tasks that we need to do. So I hope that this discussion we are going to have today will strengthen Korea's leadership in this area and upgrade our status in leading issues in this area. Once again, thank you very much for participating in this session. Thank you.
이영수 부원장님.
Thank you, Dr. Lee, for your kind remarks. Now we're going to hear the keynote speech delivered by Mr. Choi Jae-chul, who was formerly the climate change ambassador, and Mr. Choi is very active in the climate change response activities here in Korea. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Choi Jae-chul, as was introduced. I would like to congratulate the organizers of this very important session despite the very challenging circumstances under the COVID-19. And I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to this forum. So can I have the next slide, please? In 1981, I became a diplomat and I entered the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So I'm a career diplomat. And I have worked as a diplomat for 38 years, and more than 20 years of that was dedicated to energy, development cooperation, and climate change-related diplomatic efforts. And Convention on Biodiversity, and also Prion gas restrictions, and so various environmental-related issues and international conventions were part of my mandate. Japan and China and Russia were some of the partners with whom we had bilateral discussions in order to promote environment and also to represent our own interests. So in my role as a former climate change, I try to represent our national interest, at the same time strike a right balance with the climate change efforts. 5 years ago, in 2015, the global community has set the 2030 UN Sustainable Development Goals. People, prosperity, partnership, the earth. These 5 Ps have been determined as key aspects and values which we would seek to protect. And there are different levels of development and different levels of readiness. And we are nevertheless trying to achieve the UN SDGs. And secondly, there's the Paris Agreement, which was reached in December 2015. And so we are supposed to control the rise in temperature to a certain target level so that we can reach a low-carbon society and protect our environment. Paris Agreement also includes climate finance and climate change response and capacity building, and it also seeks to define a transparency framework for all countries to ensure that they live up to their commitments. And also implementation performance assessment is also part of the Paris Agreement. Of course, there needs to be a respect for the differences of the individual circumstances of the countries, but at the same time, there is a need to really live up to the commitments. So every 5 years, the NDCs need to be reported to the Secretariat, and there needs to be progress made on achieving the NDCs. And Korean government has promoted itself as the middle bridge that connects the developing countries and also the developed countries. And so we have also made financial contributions, and we've been able to deliver ODA projects to partner countries. And we also worked very hard to promote the Paris Agreement amongst the developing countries as well. This year, we have a very unique situation where we are reminded of the importance of environmental protection. And a lot of the progress made in achieving UN SDGs have been, set back by COVID-19. And we see an exacerbation of the gap between the haves and the have-nots due to the pandemic. And according to the World Bank report, about 100 million people in the world will drop to absolute poverty levels, and this really sets back the progress made on UN SDGs. And climate change and the unfettered development by human activities have been cited as key causes of this situation. We really need to recover our economy, and we really need to respond to climate change. And in this regard, many countries see the best practice model in the European New Deal. And Joe Biden, during the campaign, also announced the low carbon 2050 goal. And under the Obama administration, John Kerry was at the forefront of climate change negotiations. And we believe that he's probably going to lead the global initiatives or the U.S. initiatives with regards to climate change in the new administration. And the NDC-related work will be strengthened under the new U.S. administration. So the low-carbon policies have made some progress. If you look at Japan, it was able to increase the percentage of renewable energies by 20%, and already they've achieved significant progress. And by 2021, it will be able to reach 21% of renewable energy portion in the total energy mix. China accounts for 50% of the new renewable energy facilities being installed in the world. And China announced the 2050 carbon neutrality goal. And because China seeks to achieve a certain level of climate change response in keeping with its responsibility as a member of the international community. President Moon Jae-in also announced the 2050 carbon neutrality goal in October this year. And Korea needs to more proactively engage in achieving this carbon neutrality. So in 1990, Korea was amongst the developing countries in terms of the targets that were set. In 1990, with the exception of Turkey, most of the OECD countries was significantly higher than Korea in terms of the emissions. And most of the EU countries had already exceeded their peak emissions. And now, 25 years later, in 2018, if we look at the statistics, there has been significant change. Korea has significantly increased its income and also GHG emissions, and we do not know when we will actually hit the peak emission. So in terms of the emission levels, we have really evolved out of being a developing countries into a developed nation. So we really have a larger responsibility as a developed economy to contribute to the climate change response. And so the carbon neutrality 2050 goal is very, very significant. So can we have the next slide, please? The 2050 carbon neutrality goal will drive a major transformation across the Korean society and economy. I think this is a significant goal that probably has larger significance than the denuclearization declaration on the Korean Peninsula. So this is an important commitment. And we have many domestic policies that need to be amended. And we also need to shift away from just being a follower of other countries' leading initiatives to become one of the leaders. And instead of just copying the policies of other developed nations, we really need to develop our own policies because our timeline is not very long. 2050 is not so far away. And we really have no time to lose. We have a very carbon-centric industry and economy, and so we really need to work hard on achieving the goals of the Paris Agreement because we did make a significant commitment. And despite our commitments, oftentimes we were faced with criticism from the international communities because there was a significant gap between what we committed to and what we were able to implement and achieve. And we really need to be able to coordinate our policies and bridge the differences between the various ministries that have hindered the implementation of our policies towards better climate response. And so we need to have a better alignment of our climate change policies and energy policies. This alignment will help us become a more responsible member of the international community. And we don't necessarily have to follow everything that the advanced countries had put forth. The UK raised its emissions targets, and UK announced that it will not be purchasing emissions credits in order to fulfill their goals. That doesn't mean that Korea needs to take the same approach. The Paris Agreement allows for each country to consider its own capabilities and set its own plans to achieve the NDCs. So we could maybe work towards having climate alliance, or we could participate in an East Asian carbon market. So we can use various ways to achieve our NDCs. I think there may be four things that we can four potential outcomes. We might actually fail. We might have a soft landing. We might have a hard landing, or we might have a very smart landing. And we don't want to actually land on the wrong foot when it comes to climate change response, because that would lead to a significant decline in our standing in the international community, and environment will be also detrimental to the environment. In Africa, there's a saying, if you want to go fast, go alone, but if you want to go far, go together. And I think we have to determine whether the 2050 carbon neutrality goal is something that needs to be worked on together so that we can reach far-reaching goals. Thank you very much, Mr. Che, for your very inspiring keynote speech. Since COVID-19, Korea's international standing has been raised significantly. So in keeping with that raised status, we also need to step up and really strengthen our efforts in terms of climate change response. Now we're going to begin our presentations.
세 분의
We are going to listen to 3 presentations followed by discussion. First speaker is going to be Dr. Il-young Oh from the Ministry of Government. He's going to talk about Korea's 2050 LEDS policy. Second speaker is Dr. Sang-yup Lee from KEI, he's going to talk about low carbon conversion. And then Dr. Sang-Jun Lee from KEI is going to talk about energy sector tasks for carbon neutrality. Each presenter, please keep your presentation to 20 minutes. Excuse me. The first speaker is Mr. Park Sang-Ter from Ministry of Environment.
안녕하십니까.
Hello, as introduced, I am Sang-Ter Park from the Ministry of Environment. First of all, thank you very much for inviting me as a speaker to this convention. So I want to thank my fellow speakers and discussants as well. Now let me begin my presentation. So key policy direction to realize 2050 carbon neutrality. That is my title. So this is the content of my presentation. First topic is our current policy status in response to climate change. So we are now living in the era of climate crisis. We had the hottest summer in 2018. The average temperature was 25.4 Celsius degree. And the next year, we had the warmest winter in 2019. And this year, we had a record long rainy season. And around the world, this kind of unusual climate situation is a commonplace. In France and Spain, they posted a record high temperature of 45.9 Celsius degree, and there was a massive flooding in China. In Australia, massive wildfire consumed about 80% of the size of 80% of the Korean peninsula. And given this situation, when we look at the greenhouse gas emission by Korea, we are emitting a lot. So in 2018, we reached a record high. But last year, we emitted slightly less. So we were able to reduce the growth rate of greenhouse gas emission. But still, we are far behind in terms of meeting our reduction target. So actually, 87% of greenhouse gas emission in Korea is from the energy sector. So government is not allowing any new power plant based on coal. And we are now reviewing phasing out old coal-based power plant. We are also going to increase the renewable energy portion to 20% by 2030 and to 30 to 35% by 2014. And the capacity also is going to be increased to 42.7 gigawatts by 2020. We also want to use a market mechanism to achieve cost-efficient reduction. So emission trading system is now in place, and this led to actual reduction as well. And during the first phase of this project of emission trading system, the system was established, and then we are now currently in the second phase, and we are providing a lot of reduction incentives. The Paris Climate was adopted in 2015, and under the Paris Agreement, we set the target of the global temperature increase at below 2 Celsius degree, and ideally 1.5 Celsius degree. And now we have a nationally determined contribution as well, and also LEDS as well, long-term low greenhouse gas emission development strategies. So each country is going to submit their NDC and LEDC. And also, we want to limit the global temperature increase at 1.5%. To achieve that, we need to be carbon neutral by 2050. So because of that, carbon neutrality by 2050 became a truly global agenda. Now I want to talk about the international trend. The international community is moving fast. Last year, in December, EU announced its carbon neutrality goal by 2015. In the US, President-elect Biden also announced carbon neutrality by 2015 as his campaign pledge. China as well announced to achieve carbon neutrality before 2016 during the UN General Assembly. Japan is also on board. So various countries and the heads of countries announced carbon neutrality around the world. Korea as well is making a lot of effort. Local governments in Korea built a voluntary coalition to move towards carbon neutrality. And the National Congress in Korea as well passed a resolution to pursue 2050 carbon neutrality as a way to deal with the climate change. So on October 28th, in his address to the National Congress, President Moon Jae-in announced that Korea is moving forward carbon neutrality by 2050 in response to the climate change in conjunction with the international community. Now I want to talk about the progress in terms of the LEDS. March last year, we had a meeting with about 100 experts from the academia, the industry, the NGO. This is an expert forum where the low carbon society vision was proclaimed, and also a lot of ideas were put forward, which led to 5 scenarios to reduce carbon emission and to achieve ultimately carbon neutrality. Now, this year, we also have a pan-government consulting body or consultative body, including 15 ministries. And also, we are promoting discussion with the public as well. So as a result, we had a meeting with civil society, and also we are calling for massive investment to achieve the goal and to make a progress in LEDS as well. And we have a lot of agreement, not just from the public, but also from various stakeholders as well. And also now stakeholders even agree on the necessary cost. Now I want to talk about the main substance of the LEDS. So net zero or carbon neutrality means to minimize carbon emission and to offset greenhouse gas emission or carbon emission by other measures. So ultimately, you achieve net zero. So if you look at the left hand of this chart, this was actually put forward in last year's conference of low carbon society. So it talks about various methods or tools to reduce carbon emission. And on the right-hand side, it talks about some specific technology elements to achieve this target. we can see two major directions of carbon neutral scenarios. One is to adopt carbon reduction technology and innovative technology. And the other scenario direction is to achieve a circular economy where the entire process of material flow has a minimum level of input energy. Given the current circumstances of Korea, the 2050 carbon neutrality is definitely a significant challenge because our carbon emission peaked in 2018 and it's going down a little bit, but still we don't have much time to achieve carbon neutrality. And compared to EU and other advanced countries, we emit a lot of carbon. And also, we are highly reliant on coal-based power plant compared to other advanced countries. But we also have our strength. For example, in 2020, we are the #1 market player in EV battery, and we also posted #1 sales globally for hydrogen cars in 2019, and also according to the Bloomberg Innovation Index, we are one of the top 3 innovative countries in the world. We've been keeping this position for 9 consecutive years. So definitely, although the situation is challenging, we have the capacity to meet our goal. So these are some key policy areas for 2050 carbon neutrality. First, power generation. Fossil fuel is now going to be phased out and more renewable energy sources are going to be phased in. Second, coal, LNG, uranium, and we are going to move away from these energy sources and move towards hydrogen. And third, we are going to take advantage of Northeast Asia super grid. And also fourth, we are going to build an ecosystem where anybody can be both a producer and consumer of electricity. Now I want to talk about key policies in the industry area. First, we need to actively develop and utilize decarbonizing technology. We also need to refresh our old factories and industrial complex so that they can be more eco-friendly green facilities. And also we need to use less plastic or steel and use more innovative materials. And we need to build a circular economy. Now, in the architecture or construction sector, we need to have a more eco-friendly architecture, even to the level of zero energy buildings. And also, we need to have a more smart, eco-friendly living environment. And energy consumption data of a building needs to be more transparent. And now, in the area of transportation, we need to move away from internal combustion engine to more eco-friendly vehicles. We also need to more actively manage transportation need, and we can utilize autonomous driving vehicle and car sharing services as well. And also we need to have a more eco-friendly, low-carbon logistical services as well. Now we need to act urgently to respond to the climate change, and everyone needs to participate. This way, we can change our economy and our mindset. And in this process of conversion, we need to support the vulnerable groups. and we need to minimize conflicts. We need to pursue this via democratic decision-making process. This way, we can achieve carbon neutrality driven by local community and ultimately green financing as well. So going forward, we are going to submit LEDS and NDC by the end of this year. Again, our vision is to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050. And also, in terms of the Paris Convention implementation and 2050 carbon neutrality implementation, we need to revise our basic legal framework as well. So as you can see here, we have a basic act called the Green New Deal Basic Act. And under that, there are various laws as well. So starting next year, we are going to have phased scenarios to achieve 2050 carbon neutrality. So we are going to come up with multiple scenarios tailored to Korea-specific situations. We are also going to establish key policy strategies as well. And it's also going to be incorporated into the national development plan as well. Carbon neutrality by 2050 is definitely a big challenge for us, but it is a definite way forward for Korea. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So I believe that you spoke not just for the Ministry of Environment, but also for the entire Korean government. You talked about Korean government's vision.
Next, we have with us Dr. Sang-Yup Lee, Senior Research Fellow from Korea Environment Institute. He's going to talk about the Korea's issues and policy tasks for achieving a transition to low-carbon society. Good morning. I am Sang-Yup Lee, as was introduced. In order for our country to develop in a sustainable manner, there are many things that need to be taken into consideration. One of those issues is carbon neutrality, and this is very critical for the future of Korea. It's an important policy agenda as well. Environment, energy, greenhouse gases have become an important aspect of our policy agenda because we need to achieve what we call green growth. And right now, we're also talking about the Korean New Deal and the Green New Deal. And so we have to look into our past efforts to achieve green growth and how we can build on those efforts going forward for greater outcomes. Now, I would like to touch upon how the 2050 carbon neutrality, how carbon neutrality is different from green growth. One key difference is that this is a major transformation and change of perspective. Carbon neutrality is a completely new approach. So this is a major transition from old ways of thinking climate change. There are many plans and policies that have been presented by the previous speaker. And in order for us to pursue carbon neutrality, we have to fully implement and take advantage of all of the plans and means that we have in place right now. And we need to have the necessary resources. We need to put in place the right incentives and the right set of legislations. Of course, this is just things that we need to do, and this goes without saying. And the government needs to coordinate so that all of these plans and measures produce a synergistic effect. And I think that is the key aspect that we need to focus on when we strive towards carbon neutrality. Now, with that, I would like to go into the main part of my presentation. With regards to carbon neutrality, there are many discussions taking place at different sectors and levels in Korean society. Of course, one of the key things is the advanced technologies that may be helpful in this regard, and also the government needs to create policy measures that will make carbon neutrality possible. But is carbon neutrality achievable just with technology measures or just with policy measures? Because it probably isn't. And we need to have an overhauling of the overall government system and also the industrial structure where there is a lot of fossil fuels dependent industries in place. And also we need to establish a better central and local governance structure where responsibilities are adequately shared. And if we think about how to go forward towards carbon neutrality, I think we need to have a very constructive roadmap going from the roadmap towards 2030, 2040, and ultimately 2050. And also we have to answer many questions about the costs involved in achieving this, because this is something that many are interested in. And also there are initiatives like East Asian Supergrid, which was mentioned by the previous presenter. And also there is CCUS, carbon capture, utilization, and storage. So we need to look into whether the technological limitations or uncertainties with regards to CCUS have been solved or can be solved in the near future. Right now, the Korean government is grappling with the challenges posed by COVID-19. And if we look at the Q3 and Q4 economic situation, we see that the export-oriented industries have really driven a recovery. But these are the industries which are very large emitters of carbon. So on the one hand, we need to have a very resilient export sector in order to achieve economic recovery. But at the same time, these industries are part of the problem that we have with carbon emissions. And so, people are talking about decoupling, and all of these aspects are very important topics for the government to consider. And these issues should be viewed and considered from a comprehensive perspective, and these should not be treated as isolated issues, because that approach will make solution very difficult to achieve. So let me talk about the key challenges that we have in Korea. First is the challenges we face in the energy market and system. How can we reorganize our energy system and energy market towards carbon neutrality? That's a big challenge for us. And secondly, we are looking to expand the use and production of renewable energies, and there are also volatilities and uncertainties involved in this, so we need to minimize those as we move ahead. And of course, we're going to develop technologies, and how we're going to, really spread the technology so that it will be widely adopted is another key challenge. And also, we need to get acceptance and buy-in from the society at large. And we need to look both at economy and the environment, and also at society and technology and policies, and we need to really have a comprehensive view. So from a short-term, mid-term to longer-term perspective, what we're going to do at each step of the way towards carbon neutrality, that's something that the Korean government needs to plan. Now, with regards to the renewable energy space, we had these sets of plans even before this carbon neutrality goal was announced. So we had put forth Renewable Energy 3020 plan. So there were many parts to this plan, and building on this, there are many renewable energy policies that have been introduced, as you can see in this slide. And these, of course, it's important to follow through with these policies as planned. But at the same time, because we have set this new goal of carbon neutrality, we need to perhaps strengthen or reinforce some of these policies in order to make carbon neutrality achievable. Now, going to one level deeper, well, we are currently doing a research which hasn't been completed yet, so I would like to provide you some interim outcomes from this research. I think acceptance is very important. And when I talk about acceptance, I'm not talking about in a narrow sense. So it's not just acceptance from the local community, but I'm saying acceptance from the market, the industries, the society at large. So are these policies accepted and acceptable by the different sectors and markets and communities in Korea? And our research focuses on three aspects that are outlined as part of the broad sense of acceptance. We often talk about, power generation, and this power generation sector, of course, is an important piece in the overall energy market. So this is where we really need to achieve a great transformation. And we really need to develop and spread the renewable energies technology so that they're more widely adopted. And in order for that to happen, the energy market structure needs to drive that. And also social acceptance. When I'm talking about social acceptance, I'm talking about the local communities. And we often talk about the green-green conflict nowadays, and environmental impact assessment, and how renewable energy production is treated in the environmental impact assessment. So those are the key topics that we're covering in our research efforts. So if you look at these two slides, I have outlined the key issues that we have identified through our research. So let me just give you an example. So right now we're looking at district energy production and distribution in the Jeju Island. Of course, it's an island, so the conditions are slightly different from the mainland. But Jeju Island had instituted a renewable energy plan earlier than other local governments in Korea, and it really started out earlier than other regions in Korea. So Jeju can be a good testbed case when it comes to renewable energy use. Which is why we have focused on Jeju Island to do this research. And these were some of the issues. For example, there was the constraint on energy generation. That's an issue. So in Jeju Island, let's say, there is wind power generation. And, in introducing the wind power, there was the issue of designating the optimal locations to have wind farms. And this location planning had issues. And also, there is some issues with the way profit sharing is done. And also, how license or concessions to do business in this area is given. This is another area where there are challenges. So within 20 to 30 years from now, we will see similar problems in other parts of Korea where renewable energy production and use will be promoted. So I was not able to go into details, but on the whole, in order to achieve carbon neutrality, we need to have each locality, each local government and region play the dominant role in providing energy within its own region. So there needs to be a rational energy market established in the individual regions. And also when these regional level renewable energy projects are instituted, that should be given very good consideration in environmental impact assessment. And if we look at this, at the top of all of this, there should be a very good energy market governance. So if we have a sound energy market governance, then we can have very good transition and we could have very vibrant regional energy production and then also very productive environmental impact assessment. So this cannot be achieved by a short-term effort, but the government ministries need to continue their coordination and discussion so that they develop an energy market governance that is trusted by the Korean people. And I think this is a key state agenda that will enable the achievement of a carbon neutral society. Again, this has to be a major transformation, and therefore this is not something that can be achieved overnight. It's a mid to long-term endeavor. And of course, there are different parties who will have different interests and different approaches. But if you think about carbon neutrality, this is about sustainable development. And a part of this sustainable development is inclusiveness. And so the Korean government should try to include and try to narrow differences between the individual ministries to make this grand transformation possible. And when plans are announced by the government, there are criticisms about, why the Korean government is publishing a plan that lacks substance or the specifics. But if you look at it from a different perspective, it's actually very difficult to set up a plan that is very concrete and very specific in a short period of time for a problem that requires a grand transformation. So I think the key thing is that the government is very committed and that the government is on top of this and that the government will continue to make growing efforts to develop and evolve its plan along the way. And I think we need to really have the Korean government show little by little the success stories from different projects that will ultimately help build trust in the government. And the ministry, the gentleman from the ministry made a very good presentation. And the Korean government, he said, will be setting the NDCs for 2030 and announcing this by the end of the year. Well, I think the resetting of the NDC is very important. And we need to have a very good emissions response roadmap. With that, I would like to conclude my presentation. Thank you very much, Dr. Sang-Yup Lee, for your insightful presentation. You gave a very good outline of the policy challenges that the Korean government is facing.
And now I'd like to invite team leader Sang-Jun Lee from KEEI. He's going to talk about the energy sector tasks to achieve carbon neutrality. Hello, I'm Sang-Jun Lee from KEEI. Today, nowadays, Korea announced the vision for carbon neutrality. And where is Korea now? Well, Korea now has an idea for a house to build. So Korea has now a picture for what kind of house it wants to build for the future. And now we need to think about how to build it and more specifics of the house. So once we decided on, so if we just go ahead and laying bricks, then we might have to later on break down those bricks if the blueprint is changed. So this process is very important. The process of how to build a new house is very important, and I want to talk about that process today. So this is the contents of my presentation. 1, climate change, COVID-19, Green New Deal, followed by energy conversion, carbon neutrality, Green New Deal, and lastly, Korean Green New Deal's direction. So first, climate change and COVID-19. So around the world, this is a global issue, not just a Korean issue. There are 3D that stands for major direction for energy around the world. So we need to now move towards a more energy efficient system. We need to produce and consume energy more efficiently. And also, the production system needs to move away from centralized system to distributed, decentralized system. And also, we need to conserve our energy. We need to consume energy much less. So the 3D stands for decentralization, decarbonization, and digitalization. This is the overall new energy paradigm for the world, and Korea is no exception. So Korea, for example, the high consumption area such as the Seoul metropolitan area and industrial park, for these areas, we had a large-scale power plants. But now we need to feel we feel the need for more locally distributed system for production and consumption as well. And the COVID-19 was really an unexpected kind of obstacle. So the whole world is now kind of depressed because of COVID-19. But as I just mentioned, the energy system and new changes coming to the current energy system, it's relatively less impacted by COVID-19. Because if you look at the overall global supply chain, while coal, fossil fuel elements were impacted directly, a huge cutback in investment. And renewable energy is still receiving an increasing amount of investment. So this is a notable trend. And also, given these circumstances and with the added challenge from COVID-19, how can we proceed? So this is why we come down to Green New Deal. Green New Deal is just not limited to Korea. And when COVID-19 is behind us and when our economy recovers from COVID-19, what will be our recovery path? Specifically, this is about where do we invest how much money. So in that sense, Green New Deal is a great starting point. Green New Deal is nothing new. It didn't just emerge overnight. It was actually proposed in 2009 by UNEP when the global financial crisis was taking place. So in UNEP, they mentioned that this is now a good time to pursue Green New Deal. So against the backdrop of the global financial crisis, let's steer the global economy towards a more green economy. But that proposal failed to gain global momentum or global consensus back then. And also, but in the latter part of the first decade of 21st century, some European countries made efforts in this direction. But then again, European countries had to deal with the financial crisis. So because of that, Green New Deal didn't show great progress. Then what kind of conclusion can we draw from this? So the climate change and response to climate change, it is not a country-specific issue. It's a global issue where countries participate in. Nowadays, Green New Deal is emerging again. For example, in the U.S. House of Representatives, Green New Deal emerged as an important issue. The situation is the same in Europe as well, and COVID-19 really amplified the need for Green New Deal as well. And also, many people are now saying that our recovery from COVID-19 needs to be green and sustainable. So this is how we can summarize Green New Deal. Overcoming the negative impact of COVID-19 in a sustainable manner. So, in order for us to overcome from the negative impact of COVID-19, we need to make investments. And where do we want to put that investment? We prefer to put it in sustainable areas, sustainable initiatives. So that is kind of a quick summary of Green New Deal. So in Korea, the key element of Green New Deal is energy, I believe. Well, I work in the energy sector, but energy sector takes up about 80% of carbon emission in Korea. So given that, energy conversion takes up a key element position in Korea's Green New Deal. In October, when President Moon addressed the National Congress, President Moon announced the 2050 carbon neutrality. then what is its relationship with Green New Deal? For us to achieve carbon neutrality, we need to do certain things, and now is the time to undertake those things to make us carbon neutral. So, the carbon neutrality is an ongoing policy package. And for these programs or projects to proceed smoothly, then we need support, of course. And also, we need some other new elements to make the existing projects more effective. So I want to here point out some obstacles to Korean Green New Deal. So first of all, we need to have a major shift in the current energy system. Now we are using a lot of fossil fuel, but we now need to assume that going forward in 2015, we are not going to use fossil fuel basically. That should be our basic assumption for the future. So for example, we have a heating system in our house. So we need to think that going forward, our heating system is not going to use fossil fuel. That should be the starting point. Then this kind of major shift can cause instability in the energy system in Korea. So we need to find a way to address the instability issue. For example, we need to have much more flexible, much more stable power system. That is a must-have. And second, for Korea to achieve carbon neutrality, so now the key players are economic players, for example, businesses and people, households. These are the key players in building homes. So these key players in home building, they need to participate in Green New Deal initiative. For that to happen, business goals and the government vision and the public's needs, they all need to be aligned. To simply put, an architect does not always build a home for their own home. So we need to have an alignment of interest. And also, in many sectors in the Korean economy, it's quite challenging to reduce carbon emission. Because right now, because of the current industrial structure, for example, cement, petrochemical, steel, here they use a lot of fossil fuel, for example, coal, and they use it as their power source. They use it as basic ingredient, not just power source. So the more these industries produce their products for the economy, then they end up producing more carbon emission. So this is something we need to address as well. So this is the direction that I want to emphasize. Here, we need two more elements. So one, we need to have a deregulation of power system. Power system is highly regulated industry. Now we need to relax regulations here to invite more private sector participation. And also, we need to have a more democracy in the energy system, meaning more participation from the general public. So general public needs to be invited into the system as a producer and consumer and a trader of energy. And now I want to talk about the Green New Deal direction for Korea. So this is a kind of some ideas from my organization. So we want to put forward 6 policy proposals as written on this slide. These could be some alternative ideas for Korea to achieve carbon neutrality. Number 1, we need to have a vision for a long-term energy system conversion. I believe everyone will agree on it. So energy system itself needs to be carbon neutral, and how can we achieve that in the longer term? And what is going to be this vision's relationship with the current government efforts to achieve carbon neutrality? So this is about energy conversion. Government mentioned that it will announce a new plan for energy conversion next year. So we will have to see. And so far, the energy system, whether it's based on gas or oil or electricity, each energy system or energy market are separate. But going forward, these energy systems and energy markets needs to be integrated into a single market. And in this single market, green energy needs to take a core position. This integrated single market will have a flexibility that is not allowed in the current disparate, fragmented market system. So, this integrated green energy system needs to take place. Here, I call it sector coupling. And second, a policy proposal. This is for a more near term. So as more renewable energy is produced and used, relevant power grid needs to be improved. So for example, the power grid is weak at certain point, so the power grid needs to be improved and strengthened for the near term. And also we need to have some spare capacity as well. So here I'm talking about more flexibility as well. And also to expand renewable energy. The more renewable energy we use, the more complicated, the more difficult it is going to be to manage the power grid. Luckily, Korea is very strong in ICT. So, utilizing our ICT, we need to have a more highly advanced management system or technology to manage the power grid, incorporating renewable energy. Policy proposal number 3, we need to improve regulations, meaning we need to have reasonable and gradual regulation improvement. Certain areas are ambiguous, so licensing process can be very arduous. People are saying that renewable energy is expensive. It's because the business cost, the licensing cost is high for renewable energy. So when the input cost is high, then of course the price is high. So we need to revise, relax regulations for that. And also, we need to have a more private sector players in the renewable energy. For that, maybe we need a new platform. And policy proposal number 4. We need to have a more distributed energy system close to local government and local communities. Until now, local government, local communities have been passive in the power system. Now they're getting more proactive, but still most local government, most local communities are not as active. And do they have enough capacity and ability to be more proactive? That's quite doubtful. So the government needs to support the local government to have better capacity to play a more proactive role in the locally distributed energy system. And for that, the government needs to provide a certain support and reallocate resources maybe. So maybe we can also have some localized, eco-friendly community project model. And now policy proposal number 5, we need to support those high emitting sectors to have a better capacity, the better ability to reduce their emission. So for these sectors, for them to go completely coal-free, it's very difficult. To do that, they need a lot of R&D because they need to develop new process, new manufacturing process, new production process. And that will inevitably entail higher product prices. In that, to help them out, maybe the government needs to implement some green procurement program. Here, preferably a comprehensive support a policy package might be a better way. So this is something the government needs to do to help these high emission sectors. And particularly for high cost, high risk R&D activities, I think the government can take up that kind of burden for these sectors. And next policy proposal, this is more about technology area. When you look at the green energy policy or plan coming from the government, you see there are a lot of business ideas, and I believe that more packaged project idea, meaning a convergence of different industries and businesses, need to be part of that green energy plan, the government. So for example, even if a certain technology is available, if there's no commercial market for that, if there's no use for that, that technology is going to fade away. So for example, we need to have a convergence project where the technology player and the business players can come together. For example, EV, electric vehicles. For example, EV can be used not just as a vehicle, but as a platform to trade power. So that's the kind of convergence project that I'm talking about. And this is my last slide. So from the perspective of energy conversion, climate change and energy conversion, these are all intertwined. In Korea, we even have the issue of air pollution, the fine dust in the air. That is a big issue in Korea. So as you can see here, for the sustainable development, all these elements, energy conversion, Green New Deal, and response to climate change, they are all intertwined. And within this framework, we can achieve carbon neutrality. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Lee, for your presentation. So you talked about a Green New Deal as a core task to achieve carbon neutrality. Thank you very much for your presentation. And also regarding Green New Deal, we have a separate session in this room starting 1:50. So if you're interested in that session, you can please come back. So they are going to talk about Green New Deal and international cooperation in the post-COVID-19 world. It's going to start at 1:50.
잘 들었습니다. 이제
So we have heard the three presentations. Now I would like to invite the three presenters and the two panelists to come up to the stage for us to conduct the discussion session.
예, 들리신가요?
Can you hear me well? Okay, so I enjoyed the three presentations very much. We're going to have our panel discussion now. We have two panelists. We have Dr. Sungjin Kim from KEI and also Dr. Seyoung Hwang from National Youth Policy Institute. We actually have one panelist connected remotely, and we have another panelist who is here on site. So let's first view the video connection.
네, 안녕하세요.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me well? Yes, we can hear you well. So now I would like to proceed. Good afternoon. I am Sung-Jin Kim from KEI. Thank you very much for inviting me to this very important session. I learned a lot from the three presentations. Green New Deal and 2050 carbon neutrality are two important initiatives. And I have been given about 7 minutes, so I would just like to limit my comment on just one thing that I'd like to mention in addition to the presentation. Transportation and mobility are an important area, and there's the smart grid, which is another important component of the Green New Deal. And in addition to manufacturing, I think it is very important to make significant investment in the services sector. I am recently doing research with regards to this. First, there is the EU initiatives, and also there is the photovoltaic energy generation initiatives.
자기 나라에서 탄소 비용을 많이
The carbon border adjustment is when a company does not emit significantly, then they can also impose carbon border tax on companies or businesses that emit a lot of carbon. So oftentimes, the companies are trying to move away from taking responsibilities with regards to carbon emissions reduction. So they want to introduce carbon border tax in order to bring greater fairness. So I think this can have an impact on the Korean businesses as well. So we need to look into this. Right now, Korea is largely reliant on imported energy, and a lot of the industries are energy intensive and are great emitters. So we really need to take into consideration these different initiatives taken by other countries. As I was looking at these topics, I think Korean industry is significantly disadvantaged in terms of services, whether it's digital services, financial services, insurance services. These are very important services industry that can have an impact on climate change, but Korean government is concentrated too much on manufacturing, which is why the services sector is not nurtured as much as it should be. So you need to have very detailed information about products and business models in order to establish very good carbon emission reduction strategies. And I think we can have better services companies that can deal with these data collection and analysis. So this could be just one example. In order to reduce carbon emission, we need to understand where emissions taking place and how much. And the collection of information data and the analysis such data is very advanced in other countries, but in Korea, we are not as developed. And also, in lieu of this, there are insurance opportunities and financial services that can be linked to such data. But we are not really focusing our efforts to promote such services industries. And these industries are oftentimes left out of the various plans and strategies with regards to climate change response and carbon neutrality initiatives. So I think we really need to fill this gap. And with regards to renewable energy sector, I think we should look at the industry aspect of this. The solar energy production is often looked at with a great focus on manufacturing of the hardware, such as the solar panels and whatnot. And I know that's very important, but we should also consider the services that can go with this. So I would like to emphasize this very much. So when it comes to photovoltaic power generation, there are various technologies and processes involved. And of course, with regards to the manufacturing of these equipment, China is at the forefront, and we have some Korean companies who are doing quite well as well. But if you look at the on the West, I think the approach from the West is that they would purchase the low cost and value for money equipment, but what they would focus more on would be to build the services around it and the trading opportunities around it. So, they're not really focusing the solar energy generation from a manufacturing focus perspective, but they're looking at the additional services that can go with it. And I think that's very prominent in Europe and US, which we need to learn from. In conclusion, Green New Deal and carbon neutrality needs to be looked at by focusing on different industries that will make it possible. And we should look at this from an industry ecosystem perspective. And in that regards, I made my comments. Thank you very much. I think that was a very good point that you made. We often just concentrate on manufacturing sector when it comes to carbon neutrality initiatives. But in order for us to create a great ecosystem, we also need to have the effective services industries to go with this. So I think that was a very good point indeed.
And now we are going to invite researcher Se-young Hwang from Korea Adolescent Policy Research Institute. Hello, I am Se-young Hwang, as introduced. First of all, it is a great honor for me to participate in this session as a panelist. You might be wondering why I am here, given that I work at a Adolescent Policy Research Institute. We now set a national goal and vision of achieving 2050 carbon neutrality. And for me, this session has been a great learning experience. And as an educator, I want to approach this vision from the perspective of adolescents. In terms of implementing this policy, systematic and expertise approach will be important, but also we cannot disregard the people, particularly adolescents, who are going to be the key players in our future. In Liu, this conference in 1992, sustainability emerged as an important issue, and climate change as well. But still, climate change seemed like such a distant problem. But over time, People now understand that climate change is an imminent issue and we need to act now globally. And also Paris Convention was recently adopted by many countries as well. Now we think about not just climate change, but climate crisis really. So we have this level of awareness among people around the world. Given that, we also need to listen to the voices from adolescents. We know the famous environment activist from Sweden, and she really alerted a lot of adolescents to this global issue. And also, simultaneously, many people are now looking at this issue as a generational issue. For example, in Korea, there was a lawsuit in the Supreme Court saying that severe climate change response measures are really putting future generation at disadvantage. So this is really an issue that impacts the future generation. So what we need to think is that we cannot disregard adolescents as just teenagers. We need to view them as stakeholders of this issue. Adolescents themselves, they see themselves as a party to this issue. We are now talking about carbon neutrality by 2050. And by 2050, the current teenagers are going to be the pillars of the Korean society. And they are going to be the decision makers, and they are going to be the main players in their fields. So it is only natural for them to take interest in this issue. So given that, I have a few suggestions to make about carbon neutrality. First, as Director O from the Environment Ministry mentioned, the Korean government is emphasizing a bold and immediate action in response to the climate change. And here, democratic decision-making governance establishment is really important. I think it assumes the importance of the public participation in democratic manner. And the government is also made a pledge to move towards carbon neutrality. So given that, policy proposals and policy monitoring should be open to public participation. So that is my first proposal. Particularly citizens' participation. Here, adolescents and youth should not be excluded. They should be invited to participate. And also in terms of setting national plans, and also already the government has a various forum to listen to the citizens' voice. So government already has an experience in working in a bottom-up approach. But even in this bottom-up approach, adolescents were not heard much in the past. So I hope that going forward, that can be changed and adolescents will be encouraged to participate and speak up. And also, for example, adolescents can participate in monitoring at the national level or at the local government's level in terms of monitoring, meeting the national goal. And also more adolescents and youth need to participate in climate change action. For that, government support is necessary because first we need to raise the public awareness. For that, we need to have perhaps more campaigns. And in terms of pursuing this, the public needs to be recognized not just as a passive recipient of the government message, rather as a proactive participant in realizing the nation's vision. This year also marks an anniversary of a Human Rights Declaration. And adolescents' rights are part of human rights. And adolescents have the right not to be impacted negatively by climate change, but they also have the right to participate in the way the global community responds to the climate change. In concluding, once again, I hope to see more participation by adolescents and youth in these efforts. Thank you very much.
예, 최근 기후 위기와 관련된 토론회에서
We are holding a session on climate change response, and some people say that we should not do youth washing and trying to just add maybe one person there to represent the voice of the youth and to think that's enough. Well, I think we need to continuously listen to the voices that represent the views of our youth stakeholders. Now, I would like to receive questions from the floor or comments from the floor. I believe there are many people watching from remote locations via YouTube. And in the interest of time, perhaps we would have to close our session shortly. And before that, I would just like to ask the presenters or the panelists to just make final comments. So perhaps Mr. Park, just 1 minute of final comment, please.
네. 정부는 올해
Yes, so for this year, the government is going to submit the LEDS. So again, the government, I think, is now it now has a vision and goal to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050, and I will bring back all the ideas I heard from today's presentations back to my office. Thank you.
Dr. Lee? Well, with regards to the two panelists' comments, thank you very much for that feedback. And I already mentioned the suggestions that I would like to make to the government. And I would like to add to that by saying there are many voices and demands and requests and views from various stakeholders with regards to this issue. And also, I like the comment about focusing on the service sector when we are developing climate change strategies. And there are varying views that are should be inputted into the process of setting policies. And service industry, I think, is very important. But at the end of the day, the technological advances, if the services industry feel that the technological advances in the climate change sector is very critical and have great potential, then they will move. They will voluntarily move without necessarily having the government supporting the industries. I think what service industry really needs is to see that the government is consistently pushing forth climate change response policies. Perhaps Mr. Che or Dr. Lee? Sorry, Dr. Lee, please.
I heard great feedback from the two designated discussants. Thank you. And I agree with your points. I felt that when the Paris Agreement was agreed upon, I felt something was lacking, meaning countermeasure if the signing party does not follow. So because if that happens, how are we going to resolve that? So I believe that going forward, sustainability is going to be important competitive edge. So the Paris Agreement, for now, it's about climate change. but we need to view that as a potentially trade agreement as well in the future. Thank you very much.
이맘때쯤에
Recently, the Ministry of Environment organized a discussion session to develop sustainably. And at the time, there were a number of goals that were set, which can be achieved with the initiatives from the central government and the local government. And then on the other side, there were people who were criticizing that despite all those plans and goals, it's going to be very difficult to achieve carbon neutrality within the set time frame. But it's just been a year since then. Last year, we were talking about whether carbon neutrality is really possible by 2050. That was the key message. But a year later, today, we are talking about what ways we need to implement in order to achieve this, because this is something that is not optional. And so I think our focus is more on actual problem solving and what to do. And the crisis posed by COVID-19 is really changing our mindset and everything in the way everything around climate change response and also how we see this problem. So we should not really be complacent in being followers to others that set the way forward. We really need to think on our feet, and we really need to live up to our responsibilities as a significant member of the international community. We have a sense of great responsibility that we share today, and perhaps we may not have shared very specific or concrete solutions, but we are here to reaffirm our commitment to carbon neutrality and climate response. And thank you very much for your participation today. I know there are people who were not able to share their comments or questions today, but again, you can post your comments or questions as a thread in the YouTube channel. Thank you very much.
지금부터 2020 글로벌
So from now on, we are going to start the session on international cooperation for Korea New Deal to respond to the post-COVID-19 world. I'd like to invite Director Hoyer Kwon from Korea Information Society Development Institute for the opening remarks. Good afternoon. I am Hoyer Kwon from Korea Information Society Development Institute. This is the 9th session of today's Global Korea Convention 2020. In this session, we're going to talk about Korea New Deal and international cooperation. Welcome all to this session, and thank you for attending this session from home and abroad, on-site and online. Despite the challenging circumstances of COVID-19, still the Global Korea Convention 2020 was put together to establish Korea's role in leading countries and to contribute to the global peace, prosperity, and sustainable development. And I'd like to congratulate Director Sung Kyung-yoon on the successful opening of the convention. The COVID-19 situation brought about severe economic downturn and also accelerating economic polarization around the world. Nevertheless, the Korean government announced the Korean New Deal Comprehensive Plan last July to deal with this issue. Under the Korean New Deal, budget investment and institutional improvement will aim to bring about digital transformation and innovation across the economy. Digital New Deal and Green New Deal are the two main pillars of the Korean New Deal. And also, we are going to strengthen safety net for the vulnerable people. Many countries, including Korea, emphasize the importance of Green New Deal and announce carbon neutrality by 2050 as a national goal. And this trend is going to be strengthened further by the Bidenomics pursued by the U.S. President-elect Biden, who pursues a new growth model by investing in clean energy. Not just the government, the private sectors are recognizing the importance of green revolution as well. And also, many people are pursuing digital strategy as well. However, this transformation into digital economy is actually widening digital gap between developed countries and developing countries. And ICT-based ODA, digital ODA strategy, and pursuing sustainable development goals are important efforts to overcome such digital divide. And Korea and other advanced nations and international organizations are working hard to narrow the digital gap. In today's session, we are going to talk about Korean New Deal and other policy cases from overseas countries. And we are going to think about ways to pursue international cooperation and development with this digital New Deal framework. I'd like to thank all the presenters, experts, and discussants who are going to generously share their insights and information with us. In concluding, I hope that this session will be a forum for various presentations and discussions for the Korean New Deal, and I hope this will be a starting point for an exciting journey towards a new connection and new storytelling for everyone participating on-site and online. Thank you.
네, 원장님.
Thank you very much, President Kwon, for your warm opening speech. Now, I would like to invite the first presenter, Dr. Kyu-pan Kim, Senior Research Fellow, Korea Institute for International Economic Policy, who's going to deliver the key policy cases that we can benchmark for Korean New Deal. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Kyu-pan Kim from Korea Institute for International Economic Policy. It is my great honor to make a presentation at the Global Korea Convention 2020, and I am going to talk about the policies we can refer to when it comes to New Deal initiatives. If we think about New Deal, in the 1930s, there was the New Deal policy instituted by the former President Roosevelt. But the New Deal initiatives that we see across the world today are generally divided into two. One area is in the digital area. So there are New Deal policies that are focusing on digital technologies. And then there is another set of New Deal approaches in the green and environment sector. So let me take a look at the digital New Deal in key economies. Countries or regions that are leading the digital New Deal initiatives are, I think, first and foremost, EU, and then there is the United States and China. First, I would like to talk about the digital New Deal policies of the European Union. Digital New Deal is being talked about recently, but before this term came into use, we used to talk about digital transformation or digital economy. So, it was more along the lines of the new digital industries that have emerged and that are very different from the brick and mortar industries of the traditional economy. And so since 2010, many countries have been talking about the data economy or the digital economy, and there has been a lot of competition across the world. And I think the digital New Deal is an extension of this competition over the digital economy. And EU, I don't know, maybe this is by coincidence, but the European Commission announced the digital New Deal policy. And if you really look at the digital New Deal strategy put forth by the EU, we can take some reflections which can help us help us create our own framework of the New Deal policies. And the digital New Deal that EU has designed identifies 8 key focal areas. And these 8 areas include AI, first and foremost, and of course there is the online platform. And of course the government can provide investment and support for further investment. And also the government can potentially create legislations that can deal with the ethical issues surrounding artificial intelligence. And on the online platform side, there are applications and platform companies, and there's a lot of competition. So how are we going to deal with that competition in the online platform? I think that's part of this European New Deal. And third key area of this New Deal is the European data strategy. So EU is a single market, and they want also to create a single data market. And they want to protect personal information on the one hand, while also promoting easier and more effective use of the data for economic development. And also there is cyber security. And on this front, EU is thinking about how to co-work with the private sector to ensure cyber security. And fifth, this is the European industry strategy. The European industrial strategy is not just about the digital New Deal, because they also cover the Green New Deal. So on the one hand, this industrial strategy is promoting the economic side of things, but also protecting the environment. But, although there's a focus about digital, at the end of the day, there are people involved in developing the technologies and running the systems and whatnot. So the EU is also very much focused on nurturing talented people with digital expertise. And seventh area of focus is the high-performance computing. And finally, connectivity. Well, depending on the person who's using this, connectivity can be defined in many ways. But in the EU Digital New Deal, they're talking about establishing a 5G network connectivity. Now, EU's Digital New Deal, of course, provides investment. But at the same time, a large part of it is how to create the right kind of legislative environment to, guide and govern the market. Now, secondly, there is the Digital New Deal policies put forth by the U.S. We talk about the fourth industrial revolution, and there is digital transformation. And of course, U.S. is at the forefront of a lot of the innovations around digital transformation. We talk about GAFA, these four companies, and they're really leading the global digital market. And if we look at the federal level government policies in the U.S., it's very market-centric. And compared to the EU, the US is less likely to intervene actively in the market itself. And the United States is focused on laying out the 5G network and also to ensure broadband infrastructure, which will serve as the basis for further developing the digital sector. President-elect Biden, of course, will be entering office soon, and his campaign pledge does not really emphasize the digital New Deal in and of itself. As you know, Biden was focused on the political situation in the United States itself, and he was also very much focused on the environmental issues. And he is likely to focus on establishing digital infrastructure, which was also a key focus for the Trump administration. Now, China Japan and Korea seem to have some commonalities when it comes to the New Deal policies. China, in May this year, announced a new infrastructure plan at the National People's Congress. And it also had identified 7 key focal areas similar to the EU, but China has a different approach when it comes to how to finance these initiatives to promote the new infrastructures. And they have a key focus on the financing aspect of it, which is kind of different from EU's Digital New Deal plan. So let me now move on to Green New Deal. And I've identified EU and the United States as the only key players in the Green New Deal sector which we can benchmark. So there is the goal to achieve net zero emission by 2050. If we look at the graph, it's the United States and China are not included actually in this graph. Because the European countries are on the right, which really have set forth the net zero emissions goal by 2050. And then if you move towards the left of the graph, you see at the very end, at the very left end, there is Korea. So if you look at this graph, it is very important that your commitments are not just declared, but they are actually followed, and it leads to a consensus amongst the people and the private sector. And ultimately, there needs to be some sort of legislation that has binding force, and there needs to be a more strong commitment on achieving the goals. And in that sense, the European countries are at the forefront of this effort. But I would like to emphasize that the essence of Green New Deal is the green sector in which the government needs to invest. And not only that, the government wants also to grow the number of jobs. And it is very difficult to achieve a consensus that such Green New Deals can actually lead to increase in jobs. And according to an IEA Sustainable Recovery Plan, it can actually lead to significant creation of jobs. So when it comes to the Green New Deal, there are a lot of areas where the government can invest. But at the end of the day, it will be very interesting to see whether the potential for job growth is really significant. And the government will have to really focus on that, because that will have an impact on whether we can create a national and private sector consensus and support for such Green New Deal. Now, the new European Commission President, Ursula von der Leyen, under her leadership, this European Green Deal was announced. And there are 7 focal areas, clean energy being one of them. And also from farm to fork is another area. And there are various strategies that come with this Green Deal. For example, the chemical strategy was announced in October this year, farm to fork strategy in May this year, the EU biodiversity strategy announced also in May this year, and there was chemical strategy and EU methane strategy. So there are concrete targets for emissions reduction, and that is a key aspect of the European Green Deal. Now, the funding. EU has a budget, so some budget will be carved out of that for this Green Deal, and there's going to be an EU ETS fund that will be created. And in the red box here, I've written just transition mechanism. Green Deal will involve some sacrifice from the industries that had primarily relied on fossil fuels, such as steel making and traditional energy sector, and they will see some, restructuring necessary because the jobs will decrease. So there needs to be more jobs created in the green sector to compensate for that. And European climate law has been submitted in March this year, and they are now deliberating on this legislation. And in order to achieve a net zero emission by 2050, this European climate law has to be passed. Now, United States. In the Digital New Deal, the focus was on creating the infrastructure. But if we look at the campaign pledge for President-elect Biden, there is a significant section dedicated to investing in clean energy. And you can see infrastructure, auto industry, transit, power sector, buildings, housing, innovation, agriculture and conservation, and environmental justice. So all these 9 key areas are areas where there will be significant investment made by the US government. I have now explained the Digital New Deal initiatives by EU, China, and the US, and also the Green New Deal initiatives by the US and EU. So there are different options and different ideas and strategies that have been laid out by these different players. So Korea needs to study these and also learn from them. And we need to choose our own appropriate strategies. And we need to also think about how to get the buy-in and support from the Korean citizens and also the private sector. We really need to find ways to incentivize the different sectors in our economy to voluntarily join in this effort. With this, I would like to conclude my presentation. Thank you.
감사합니다, 김규판 박사님.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kim. And now I'd like to invite the next speaker, Dr. Sang-won Ko from Korea Information Society Development Institute. His presentation title is Digital New Deal and International Cooperation. Good afternoon. As introduced, I am Sang-won Ko from Korea Information Society Development Institute. It is my great pleasure and honor to be here as a speaker. I want to talk about Digital New Deal and international cooperation. This is the content of my presentation, Digitalization and Economic Growth, and Digital ODA from developed countries and multilateral donor organizations, and Korea's digital ODA status and development direction. First, digitalization and economic growth. Professor Robert Gordon is quite famously pessimistic about digitalization, but still many people support the positive impact from digitalization. So the Korean New Deal also wants to transform Korea into a leading country by making investment in digital areas. So a path to the economic growth is going to be improved, as you can see on this slide. And the Digital New Deal investment is mostly in the digital contactless industry development and SOC digitalization. Digital is a major trend. If you look at the number of internet users per 100 people, you can see a big jump across the board around the world, particularly even in African countries. Now it's jumped to over 40 people in just a few years. And the same story is repeated in terms of mobile broadband penetration. Then what about the priority for developing countries to make investment in digital? We can think about two factors, ICT penetration rate and economic growth rate. So this is the relationship between the two. So if you input or add minimum critical threshold, then after that there is a saturation point, and after that the growth rate goes down. This is one hypothesis. The other hypothesis is that the broadband network has big impact economically, and you can see the graphs. So this is another hypothesis. So we wanted to verify this hypothesis. So we were able to see that the 1% increase in broadband adoption rate leads to a bigger economic impact in developing countries compared to developed countries. The Digital New Deal emphasizes the digital ecosystem. So the digital input elements and production and digitalization and regulation policy, all these are intertwined, as you can see here. So this ecosystem development coefficient can be measured like this on this slide. Digitalization has definitely an impact on economic growth, but the impact is less than a wireless broadband network, but bigger than fixed line broadband. But overall, digitalization leads to more economic gain. And digital-related projects that can be potential room for international cooperation. So this is an example in Rwanda where a rare blood type blood is being transported by a drone. Then let's take a look at how developed countries and multilateral donor organizations operate digital ODA. These are the major ODA organizations. On the top, you have USAID. They have digital download program. So this is focused on digital development in healthcare, food, finance, digital literacy, and also support for women. DFID is a UK agency. Here, they are focusing on poverty reduction and also dysfunction of digital technology. BMZ is a German initiative, and they pursue Digital Africa initiative that actually provided 100 million euro in budget to the Digital Africa Initiative. JICA is the Japan International Cooperation Agency. So their ICT sector development strategy is focused on environment establishment, human resource development, and ICT application. AFD is a French aid agency. They really put forward SDG in terms of adopting digital technologies. And they also emphasize open source software and personal data protection as well. SIDA, they were way ahead. They already adopted ICT 4D as a mainstreaming element of ODA in 1999. Now let's look at the ODA strategy, digital ODA strategy by multilateral organizations. First, in the case of EU, EU and the World Bank takes up a majority, above majority share of the ODA around the world. So EU adopted a Digital for Development, D4D, in 2017. Also, they announced a linkage to SDGs. And they also have EU AU Digital Economy Task Force launched in 2018. The World Bank is also working hard for digital dividends, more specifically digital infrastructure, digital finance, digital ID, digital innovation, entrepreneurship, digital literacy, and platform. Korea was also an investor in the World Bank initiative as well, particularly the Digital Development Partnership Fund. And AFDB and ITU are also active in this area. ADB, they try to identify both challenges and opportunities from digital transformation. And this slide shows 17 Sustainable Development Goals. So how can we pursue or achieve SDGs through ICT? Due to the time limit, I'd like to skip a detailed explanation for each goal. But I'd like to draw your attention to goal number 4 and 8. Goal number 4 and 8 is receiving a lot of support. And now I want to talk about Korea's digital ODA status and development direction. So Korea's ODA size is about $250 million. So it's about 0.15% of Korea's GNI. In terms of the absolute amount, Korea's ODA volume is about 1/6 of the Japanese ODA. And compared to Norway and Sweden, Korea falls behind. Here, it shows Korea's ODA size and also GNI portion trend. So here, the ODA, there was a change in the indicator. So it's when we look at this time series data, we need to bear in mind that the indicators are changed. So Korea's ODA is focused on the top 10 donors, for example, Vietnam, Ethiopia, Mongolia, Bangladesh, and other countries written on the slide, as you can see here. In terms of the ODA type, there is a bilateral aid and multilateral aid. Bilateral aid is a majority type in Korea, but core multilateral aid takes up about 24% and followed by earmarked multilateral aid. Now Korea's digital ODA status. So for the general ICT ODA, it takes up about 1.4%. For convergence ICT ODA, it's about 7.8% of the of the total ODA. And in the case of the convergence ODA, you can see the major sectors here, for example, public administration, education, environment, energy, etc. And recently, entrepreneurship, security, disaster, safety, healthcare area saw an increase in the ODA amount. This is Korea's ODA direction. So for example, Korea is strong in areas such as smart city, healthcare, digital New Deal, and Green New Deal. So actually all these four categories can be considered as a digital ODA. And now if you look at here, EIPP and KSP programs, they can also incorporate digital ODA elements as well. Korea is now operating 13 trust funds at 5 multilateral development banks. And these funds can be utilized for ODA. So as you can see here, under the World Bank, we have Korea WB Cooperation Fund and Green Growth Fund and other funds as enumerated here. And with IDB, AFDB, EBRD, Korea also has these trust funds. And lastly, this is my conclusion. Then how are we going to pursue digital ODA going forward? First, we need to increase the size. So we need to increase digital ODA's portion out of the total Korean ODA. And second, we try to find a way to apply digital technology to overall ODA projects. This is called mainstreaming digital ODA. So we need to mainstream digital ODA. And also, we need to have ring fencing as well. Ring fencing means increasing budget for digital ODA. And also, of course, grant needs to be still used. And grant and existing trust fund needs to be utilized. And also, digital technology can be utilized to respond to COVID-19, of course. And so, in overseas cases, for example, Korea received ODA from other countries such as the US, and that laid foundation for Korea's development. Now it's Korea's turn to help other developing countries. Thank you very much.
네, 발표 감사합니다.
Thank you very much, Dr. Go. Last but not least, I would like to invite Dr. Chang-hoon Lee, Senior Research Fellow at Korea Environment Institute, who's going to present on the Korean Green New Deal. Good afternoon. I am Chang-hoon Lee. I'm from KEI. It is a great honor to have been invited as a speaker to this session. I really appreciate the opportunity to talk about Korean Green New Deal. I saw in the news that President Moon will announce the carbon neutrality plan at 7:30 this evening. So I'm going to talk about the Korean New Deal today. And there's been a lot of discussions between two different groups who are pushing for two different focal areas in the Green New Deal, in the Korean New Deal. And I think the President Moon's announcement this evening will show that there's been a lot more narrowing of the difference in opinions in the two groups who are pushing for the Korean New Deal. Again, a New Deal concept was first introduced by the late President Roosevelt. And basically, we always saw New Deal as a government-funded initiative to recover the economy. But if we think about the New Deal that we are seeing these days, there are 3 R's to it. The first aspect is relief. And secondly, there's the aspect of recovery, to go back to the pre-crisis levels, of course. And then there is the third R, which is reform, which is meant to help prevent a future crisis. So I think these 3 R's of a New Deal concept is very important. I mentioned just before there are two groups who had differing views on what a Korean New Deal should be. So let me talk about what differences there are. Even before COVID-19, there was a discussion about the Green New Deal concept in the world. So in the EU, the Green New Deal was announced prior to the COVID-19 outbreak. So there were talks about structural transformation in all sectors to achieve true carbon neutrality. And in January 2019, the Democratic Party in the US submitted the Green New Deal resolution. And they were calling for very meaningful structural transformation in order to achieve carbon neutrality. The Digital New Deal was actually an extension from digital economy or digital transformation. But in the case of Green New Deal, this concept had already existed as a concept of its own prior to COVID-19. And the Green New Deal's aim is to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050. And early this year, in Korea, we started to talk about the Green New Deal based on these ideas that have been floated by different countries in the world. And the Democratic Party, the Justice Party, and the Green Party have all contributed to this idea of Green New Deal. But prior to this, leading up to this, of course, there was the Paris Agreement, the IPCC report in 2018, and these highlighted that we need to limit the increase of the global temperature to 1.5 degrees Celsius higher than pre-industrial levels. So the international community has been really emphasizing this message to promote meaningful response to climate change. Again, there were two groups and two different approaches to Green New Deal in Korea. So, for example, there are people who knew about the Green New Deal prior to COVID-19, and these were a minority. And there were others who never knew about Green New Deal prior to COVID-19. Most of the politicians and public servants and the general public fall to this latter category. Now, COVID-19 has impacted the economy negatively, so we need to, pursue economic recovery. So while we're at it, let's just try to achieve recovery by making investment in the right sector, in the good sectors, and that would be the green sector. So that was the idea espoused by the Korean government in the plan that was announced in July this year. But then I mentioned the minority of people who already knew about the Green New Deal prior to COVID-19. They knew about the Green New Deal concept put forth by EU and the US, but most other people see Green New Deal as being espoused by the Korean government in the plan that was announced in July this year. But now there are talks about sort of merging this Digital New Deal and Green New Deal, and that was the President Moon's recommendation. And based on that, we are now seeing the Korean Green New Deal, which was announced in June. So the first area of that is to turn green city and space and living infrastructure. And also, the second area is to building the ecosystem for green industries. And thirdly, to expand the low-carbon energy production. And the comprehensive planning was started to make Korean New Deal implementable. A number of important elements should be noted. According to the July 14th plan, it does put in carbon neutrality as an important goal, but they did not specify a deadline. There was a lot of, controversy because people were saying without a deadline, this carbon neutrality goal means nothing. Are we trying to achieve carbon neutrality by 2070 or 2100? And so this criticism was raised by some politicians in the Democratic Party, as well as environmental NGOs. But at the same time, the government responded that because we're not fully ready, it's very difficult for us to put a deadline on it. So only the goal was announced without a deadline. But our comprehensive plan in July was a little bit more advanced, more developed than the one announced in June. There were some mentions of institutional changes that would need to be made, and also it defined what mechanisms or what forums would be created in order to push forth this plan. And also there were modifications in the actual projects and initiatives that would make up the Green New Deal. In the EU and American Green New Deal, it doesn't just focus on carbon neutrality. It talks about cyclical, circulatory economy. It talks about biodiversity. So it's really comprehensively deals with a lot of environmental issues. And so our Green New Deal comprehensive plan in July also included, water-related issues, biodiversity, and also green financing and fair transition. So in that sense, it's a little bit more developed than our plan in June. But it still is primarily focused on allocating budgets to specific investment opportunities and projects. But this, if in order for us to really achieve a huge transition and transformation, it's not enough to have government-funded projects in place. We really need voluntary participation by the private sector, and in that sense, this plan is a little bit limited. In September, the UN Climate Summit, Xi Jinping announced that we will be aiming for carbon neutrality by 2060. And we will be hitting carbon peak by 2030. And this was a shocking news. In order for us to limit our increase in temperature to 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels, IPCC requires that net CO2 emissions should be zero by 2050. That means the developed economies need to achieve net zero by 2040. And India, China, these developing countries, if they want more time, of course, the developed nations would have to achieve the net emissions earlier. And so, in that sense, China had really proactively made the carbon neutrality announcement. And Japan's Prime Minister, when he was sworn in October, he announced the carbon neutrality goal by 2050. So because of this landscape and how other countries were announcing goals, Korea could not be left out, and sort of the deadline had to be set. And the carbon neutrality plan was once again announced, and we would have a 2050 carbon neutrality committee installed under the president's office, and a vice minister for energy would be appointed, and we would create a special fund on climate change response, and we would reform the taxes and levies to help finance the climate change response. And this carbon neutrality 2050 goal is not binding. It's a declaration, but it's not binding. But what is more binding is 2030 NDCs. In the case of Korea, we had announced that we would limit our CO2 emissions to 536 million tons by 2030. And our original NDC in the US, the EU, original NDC was to reduce 40%, but later on this was raised to over 50%. Biden's aim is to raise the NDCs for 2030 across the world. So it's not just the US. So Biden wants to have the leaders of key economies so that each major economic players in the world would commit to a higher level of NDC for 2030. Now, there were differences in opinions, as I mentioned, with regards to Korean New Deal. And again, over the course of the year, with these international announcements and movements in other countries, we're sort of coming to a narrower difference in opinion. The Korean government is going to develop a scenario for achieving carbon neutrality by 2050. So this is not really a plan, but they want to develop different scenarios, taking into consideration various technologies that will be available and based on different sociological changes that might happen. So these scenarios will be developed. And based on those scenarios, a plan or strategy will be created as to what kind of efforts need to be in place for the power generation sector or the transportation sector, building, and different industries. So these need to be developed further. And all of these are not just a national initiative. We cannot do this alone. Our emission accounts for 1.5 to 2% of the global emission. So we need to work on our own, but also we need to have other countries also making a lot of effort, developing technologies that will make carbon emissions reduction possible. And so in that sense, international cooperation is very, very important. Secondly, to stimulate the economy, we only needed to provide investment in the form of government subsidies and grants and whatnot. But this is different. We need to transform the entire society, the economic structure and whatnot, and this needs private sector involvement. We talk about green remodeling, and that can be achieved to a certain extent by getting, giving subsidies or grants, but it is more important to introduce restrictions or regulations rather to limit the emissions by new buildings that are built. Right now, steel and cement, they are actually emitting quite a lot. And, they're not just emitting because they need to generate power, but they're using the carbon as raw material. And in that case, it's very difficult to reduce emissions. If we are able to reduce our use of plastic by half, we would be able to reduce emissions by half. So we really need to reduce our consumption. And also we need to think about how to collaborate effectively with the workers in the different industries, in the different regions. So it has to be a society-wide partnership that needs to be in place in order for us to achieve carbon neutrality. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We had very good presentations from the three speakers. Now I would like to invite Dr. Samyeol Lee, Dr. Sunjin Yoon, and Dr. Boin Lee to carry out a panel discussion. So I would like to invite those three panelists and also the three presenters to come up to the stage.
안녕하십니까?
Good afternoon. I'm going to moderate this panel discussion. I am Hoyeol Kwon. So before we start the discussion, we already listened to the presentations. I'd like to refresh introduction of them. So to my immediate left, we have Senior Research Fellow Kyupan Kim from Kiev. He talked about Korean New Deal and other countries' policies. Please refrain from applauding until the end of the introduction. And then we have Mr. Sang-won Go, who talked about Digital New Deal and international cooperation. And just now we listened to senior researcher Chang-hoon Lee about the Korean Green New Deal.
이어서
Next, we have with us Professor Samyeol Lee from Yonsei University. He is one of our 3 panelists. And we have with us Professor Soon-jin Yoon from Seoul National University's Environmental Studies Graduate School. And finally, we have with us Mr. Bo-in Lee, who's a team leader from the Ministry of Finance Task Force for Korean New Deal.
이렇게 해서 모두
So I've introduced them all briefly. Now we are going to start the discussion. So we've listened to 3 presentations, and I'd like to ask the designated discussant to give your questions or comments to the presentations. We are going to start with Professor Samyeol Lee, followed by Professor Soon-jin Yoon, and team leader Bo-in Lee. Professor Lee, would you start? Okay, thank you. So thank you very much for all your 3 presentations. It was wonderful. And Dr. Ko talked about the overall digital ODA and also Korean New Deal and overseas cases as well. So it was very interesting for me. And the session, I can see that 2 big themes in this session. One is digital ODA, the other is Green New Deal. I am more experienced in the digital area, so my comment is based on that. In order for us to implement ODA programs, we end up visiting a lot of developing countries. And I really feel that still we need to improve their access to digital technologies. So once you step outside a main capital city area, then there's hardly any access to digital technology in many developing countries. And also many adults often use smartphones. And also digital access is mostly lacking among young children and young students. And paradoxically, these young people can benefit most by utilizing digital technology, but they don't have enough access to digital technology. So these are some observations from my personal experiences. And broadband, we think that because we have a broadband ODA, there's a broadband, we think we can reduce our digital ODA. But that doesn't, just because a given country has a commercial broadband, it doesn't mean that there is a widespread access to that broadband network. So broadband and universal access, those 2 concepts need to go together. So basically, we need to think about how to implement universal access to the broadband network in developing countries, and how can we link that to our ODA programs. So in a nutshell, this includes training programs as well. So in order for people to access digital technology, they need to be taught to utilize these technologies as well. Then when ODA projects are implemented in various developing countries, we can think about ODA program at the level of device, at the level of digital infrastructure, at the level of education. So ODA can be much more impactful. And digital infrastructure as well. When we think about the donor countries' bureaucrats, government officials, we also need to think about their capacity as well. I think that is very important to increase the capacity of the government officials of the recipient country. We often offer 1 week or 2 week training sessions, but that is not enough to really bring about a change in their mindset. So we need to offer something much more mid and long-term education. And also, this kind of education cannot be limited just to government officials. We need to broaden the target audience of education opportunities to include the general public. So the general public needs to be convinced of the benefit of digital technology. So we need to have mid to long-term perspective when we plan and execute digital ODA. And recently, we've been working hard to provide educational opportunities to government officials. But I think we also need to think more about the younger generation, students and people who just graduate schools, who are just entering the workforce. With the spread of COVID-19, I believe that this is time for countries to open up their policies. For example, in the past, it was not easy to pursue online education programs. But now at KOICA, we have an online training education program targeting Southeast Asian students for a master's degree. This program is already ongoing, and many students from Southeast Asian countries, although they stay in their home country, they log in and participate in this online master's degree course. So when this window of opportunity is open, it can actually lead to further widening of a gap between countries. For example, certain countries, they move immediately to wireless technology without utilizing fixed line network. So, for example, we can share our success proven programs and experiences with our recipient countries. And lastly, knowledge ODA and also grant. I think that was mentioned during the presentation as well. These things on field are better to take place simultaneously. So I hope that when an ODA program is implemented, knowledge ODA and grant, they need to be planned simultaneously. In certain cases, participants in one program are excluded from applying for the other types of ODA. And I don't think that is a good idea. I hope it can be more open between different types of ODA. And also, I personally, it is kind of regrettable that during the early stage of the current government, there was not much active discussion and planning about these types of ODAs. But still, I'm very glad to see that kind of discussion and planning happening right now. And I hope that the private sector experts will not be excluded from this discussion and this process going forward. Thank you very much.
감사합니다. 이삼열 교수님께서
Thank you very much, Dr. Lee. Please give a big hand. So he talked about how we need the infrastructure, equipment program, and education and training need to be provided as a package in order for the ODA to be more effective. And he talked about how knowledge transfer and a loan should maybe go hand in hand together. And I think that should be taken into account. Professor Samuel Lee, do you have any questions for Dr. Ko? If not, then I would like to ask a question.
So you talked about the future direction for Korea's Digital New Deal. You talked about the 5 points, and you talked about policy that's more friendly to the recipient country's ecosystem. Usually, recipient countries has very low level of personal income, less than $5,000. So they don't actually have much infrastructure in reality. So Professor Lee just talked about access. So maybe KOICA needs to have a program for. KOICA actually had a program to broaden access, but still there's a lot of limitation just because the recipient countries have limited infrastructure and limited budget. Of course, preferably, our ODA needs to be more tailored to the recipient country's ecosystem, but the ecosystem itself is not much present in donor country. That is actually a great point. Recently, digital is a big buzzword among developing countries. I think that's thanks to the widespread adoption of mobile phones. Even in Africa, mobile phones are being adopted rapidly, about 50% of adoption rate. And also, there's something called the mobile phone lady. It means that you have your own personal mobile phone, but you loan it to others for fee. So mobile, I think we need to go kind of mobile oriented when we provide ODA to emerge developing countries. And this kind of access, building as access, is about both network and device. So we need to boost up both elements. Otherwise, people cannot actually utilize the digital technology. So yes, so for ecosystem-friendly approach, we need to boost up both elements, the network and device. And I read some newspaper articles about AI programs, even in Africa. So Africa is not, yes, Africa is relatively behind us, but still Africa can catch up with us much faster than expected.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I spent 2 years in Ethiopia. I was the president of the Addis Ababa University, and I saw students using mobile phones. Actually, mobile phones in their case is 2G phones, and very few could actually use a smartphone. And as Dr. Ko mentioned, I mean, we should take into account what Dr. Ko said. I mean, we used to rely mostly on text messaging. Now we have more advanced technologies. And so I think we could help these economies be able to access richer contents by helping them with their developments. Now, I would like to talk a little bit about the Green New Deal approaches in Korea, and Dr. Chang-hoon Lee mentioned that it is really necessary to have international cooperation in that regard. So perhaps Professor Sun Jin Yoon could comment on this because she has been doing a lot of research on this. Thank you for the introduction. I'm Sun-jin Yoon, and thank you very much for inviting me to this very meaningful gathering. As Dr. Lee mentioned, President Moon will be announcing the 2050 carbon neutrality goal. Well, this announcement, I believe, is meant as a signal to the Korean people of our direction forward. And on the other hand, it is also a signal towards other countries, letting them know that Korea is aligning itself to the global move towards carbon neutrality. Climate Action Tracker is an international organization. And also there is German Watch. And German Watch each year announces climate change landscape indicator. And worldwide, there are countries that account for more than 1%, of emissions. And it looks at how effectively these countries are responding to climate change. Korea accounts for about 1.8% of global emissions. Therefore, we are also included in that German Watch's indicator study. And so they actually rank from number 4 to 61 because there are no countries who are doing very well. In a couple of years back, we were ranked 58, and we are still in the red group of countries that are not effectively responding because we now remain at rank 53. And so President Moon is going to announce the carbon neutrality goal this evening, and the Korean Green New Deal would be our way forward towards that goal. I think that is a meaningful step forward. Dr. Chang-hoon Lee mentioned that there are two different perspectives in understanding the Korean New Deal. And I think that I can concur with that. And historically, we have actually borrowed the term New Deal from that historical New Deal from way back. So we cannot, erase that historical significance from this New Deal concept. So there is that aspect of trying to stimulate the economy. But of course, we need to steer the New Deal so that it can lead to social reform. Green New Deal. Well, let me go back to the New Deal about in the United States. That was about embracing the workers and ensuring the right of the workers to labor, and more proactively, perhaps, to provide some sort of social security. So that was the New Deal originally in the United States. So the relief aspect was key to that New Deal, and then there was element of reform as well. Now, the Korean New Deal that we're pursuing is, of course, has become an important social agenda this year on the back of the challenging situation caused by COVID-19. And so, given that the economic challenges were at the background of this initiative, it is very hard to simply do away with the economic stimulus aspect of it. So we need to focus on that as well. But I think progressively we would need to weigh in on the reform and social transformation aspect of it. So we need to perhaps begin with this initial project to boost the economy, but we would have to expand it with other projects and initiatives to, make it more transformative. And this is an important initiative that can lead to a paradigmatic shift in Korea. And I think it's a social contract towards a greener economy. And Green New Deal should foster should be fostered because it can have significant contributions to responding to the climate change. And so the goal of carbon neutrality by 2050 should be an important part of the Green New Deal. And I think Green New Deal should not be the only initiative to foster the activities towards 2050 carbon neutrality. Digital New Deal should also have that carbon neutrality in mind. So all aspects of the Green New Deal and the Digital New Deal should be designed with the carbon neutrality goal in mind. Again, we're trying to limit the temperature rise to 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels. We need to keep that in mind at all times, even as we try to promote the local economy. The basic premise or goal of the Green New Deal is 2050 carbon neutrality, and any economic stimulus or projects under the Green New Deal should always keep in mind that top goal. And there is this planning committee which are actually hosting different regional meetings, inviting stakeholders to discuss how to pursue the regional new deals, combining both the Green New Deal and Digital New Deal approaches. The core element of Green New Deal is to have energy transformation. Fossil fuels use is at the heart of the problem. Of course, it's not the only problem, only cause of the problem. And so, as Dr. Lee mentioned, energy transformation or energy transition should be at the heart of it, but it is not sufficient. So we need to complement this by incorporating waste issues, agricultural issues, and ecosystem issues, and efforts to solve these issues. And I especially would like to emphasize the agricultural issues because climate crisis really has a detrimental impact on food security. Therefore, we really need to look into how we can sustainably promote agriculture. Depending on what kind of diet we maintain, that has actually an implication for the climate crisis as well. And also wastes. We're seeing explosive growth in wastes, and also these plastics are increasing significantly. And these are all linked back to the climate crisis. They don't decompose, and they also emit. And in order for the Green New Deal to be successful, we need to have laws, institutions, and systems in place. In the National Assembly regular session, I heard that no bill on energy transition was tabled, and I think that is very disheartening to hear. Right now, the Decarbonization Act was submitted, and that should form the basis for a Green New Deal in Korea. And also, there are many workers who had relied on, fossil fuels-related industries such as coal-fired power generation. And so, these areas and these sectors and the people may be sidelined as we focus our energy on Green New Deal. So we really need to address the economic challenges that these sectors and the workers in these sectors face. So there was this act to support these people. But these bills, unless they are passed and are given legislative status, it would be very difficult to have effective implementation of the Green New Deal because it would lack legislative basis for any meaningful activities. We need to have legislations accompany the New Deal. And across the world, including Canada, there are 7 countries that have actually legislated the 2050 carbon neutrality goal so that it's a binding goal. And I think we need to do something similar by achieving, I think pursuing Green New Deal requires legislative and administrative means, and also we need to think about accountability and responsibility. And in connection to this, we need to look at our tax system and also the tariff system, the utility pricing. Do we actually have the right systems in place to promote Green New Deal? We need to ask ourselves that. So the policies, systems, and laws had been planned during the more carbon-emitting society. Now we need to have a grand transformation to bring about a meaningful change towards carbon neutrality. In other countries, oftentimes political ideologies have a great impact on the perception about climate change problem. But interestingly enough, in Korea, political ideologies do not divide people on the issue of climate crisis. But the thing is, although people are widely accepting of this widely recognizing the problem of climate crisis, few people are ready to act in response to climate crisis, and people are not readily accepting of the kind of cost that goes into responding to the crisis. And I think a nuclear power issue is at the heart of this. There are scholars or politicians or citizens who support nuclear power generation because it's considered low carbon emission. But we really need to look at this from a multiple perspective because it has significant implications for the whole power grid. So we also need to look into how we're going to deal with the existing coal-fired power plant. So there are many problems that we need to solve, but none of them can be solved all at once. So we need to take time. We need to engage in dialogue and develop a consensus in our society. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Professor Yoon, do you have any question to Dr. Lee's presentation?
제가 궁금한 게 있어서 질문을 드립니다.
So I actually have a question for Dr. Lee. Professor Yoon has given an extensive discussion just now, and in order to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050, we would need, dramatic change in our society. Huge cost will be involved. We need to prepare a lot. And Dr. Lee, you said towards the end of your presentation you mentioned we need to systematically prepare for carbon neutrality, and this would include developing a variety of scenarios and also setting strategies for various sectors. So, and you mentioned as sectors, power generation, building, industries. So if you could maybe prioritize these sectors, what would be your priority? Or which would be the lower hanging fruit? And which area would seem to be too challenging and not ready? I think the easiest area to start would be the transportation sector, because already there are significant carbon neutral technologies such as electrical vehicles and hydrogen vehicle technologies. So, of course, in order to do EV and hydrogen vehicles, we would, of course, have to generate electricity from low carbon technologies. But still, I think technology-wise, this is where greatest advancement has already been made. And the most difficult sector would be, of course, the industries. Steel, petrochemical, and cement, these are areas where it is very difficult to reduce emission. When we are using the carbon as a source of fuel, this can be replaced by renewable energies. But in steels, we need cokes, and the coal is used, only 40% of the coal is used as energy source, but 60% of the coal used in steel making industry is in the actual the process of making steel. So we need to get rid of the oxygen, and in order to do so, carbon from the coal is inputted so that CO2 is emitted in the process. And so it's very difficult to reduce this. So there are people researching, trying to use hydrogen instead of carbon in this process, but this is very technologically advanced, very difficult to utilize and commercialize, because this is just being done in the lab environment right now. So in the petrochemical industry, there is naphtha and ethylene is produced, and in breaking up naphtha or cracking naphtha, CO2 and extreme heat is necessary. And also in the case of cement, there is carbon. And so in order to separate that, CO2 is emitted. So during the actual process of making the products in these industries, there are a lot of emissions. And we need a lot of international cooperation. Biden is emphasizing international cooperation in technological advancement towards low carbon. So I think we could potentially benefit from such a cooperation. As I was listening, given the nature of the manufacturing process, I can see that there are CO2 emissions, so we do need technological solutions for those problems, I guess. Now, I would like to ask Mr. Lee to deliver his discussions.
기재부가 끌고 가야.
So I believe that the Ministry of Strategy and Finance is actually leading the New Deal policy, and team leader Lee is actually a working level team leader who's really heavily involved in this area. As introduced, I am Boin Lee from the Ministry of Strategy and Finance. I'm from a working level support team. So my team is under the Ministry of Strategy and Finance, but actually my division, my team is kind of pan-government team,
because we believe that this is not just about Ministry of Strategy and Finance. It is about mobilizing pan-governmental capacity. I thank all the presenters for their wonderful presentations. It was a great learning experience. And Dr. Lee Kim talked about overseas cases and also Digital New Deal and international cooperation. Dr. Go talked about the two pillars, Digital Green Deal, Digital New Deal, and the Green New Deal. And that's actually what the Korean New Deal is about. And execution power is also important. The Korean version New Deal, well, this could be a double-edged sword. So there are some specific business ideas. So in terms of the execution powers, I believe we have what we need, but we still need to improve the institutional framework, for example, better regulation to facilitate these programs. So that's what we are pursuing at my team. And also Dr. Ko talked about the ODA in the area of digital technology. We hope to increase not just Korea's capacity, but other countries' capacity as well. And Dr. Lee talked about Korean Green New Deal, and he also talked about the background and also the progress so far. So that was actually very comprehensive overview for me. So thank you very much. So, and also you mentioned that private sector investment is necessary. So government, public sector investment alone cannot do it all. So we need private sector investment, and we are well aware of that. So we need to invite more investment from the private sector. We are now so thinking hard about how to do that. For example, in September, we announced a Korean New Deal Fund, and it's open to public to participate. So that's one of our efforts to promote private sector participation. And also, we have a task force to work on legal and the regulatory framework. So this task force is composed of government officials and also non-public experts as well, and the party as well. And also the ruling party also identified 10 legislation tasks. So for example, Green New Deal Basic Act and Energy Conversion Support Act. And of course, it has been quite slow because it takes time for these bill proposals to go through the National Assembly and also to coordinate opinions. So it's going slow, but it's happening. And also the background as to why Green New Deal, Korean Green New Deal came about. If I can touch upon that briefly. COVID-19 is hitting the entire world, not just Korea. And so people are even comparing this to the Great Depression. So back in the time of Great Depression, the U.S. pursued New Deal policy to overcome the Great Depression. So that is how we came up with this idea of Korean New Deal to overcome the impact from COVID-19. But we want to emphasize the green element of the policy. Of course, COVID-19 and its impact is really tremendous. So people are wondering about how we can recover from this and what should be the right path back to our economic growth. So we think that of course, we need a stimulus policy, but also we need to think about some structural response as well. Structural changes, for example, structural changes that are coming to us. So we want to be proactive to address those structural changes.
So, for example, digital conversion, digital transformation, and also EU also announced its own Green New Deal. But the difference is that COVID-19 accelerated just everything. So I think that's a major new factor. So for the Korean government as well, to be more proactive in dealing with these new structural changes happening around the world, the Korean government came up with a Green New Deal, and COVID-19 accelerated that pace. And we also have a policy put together with the input from the ruling party as well. And so this is how we are pursuing the Korean New Deal. My last comment is that in July, the Korean New Deal was publicly announced, and the Korean New Deal is going to evolve. So there's not going to be just one fixed version of Korean New Deal, and it's going to stay that way. No, Korean New Deal is going to evolve because we are going to incorporate feedback from various sectors and experts. So thank you very much.
전반적인 한국판 뉴딜이
Mr. Lee added some comments about how this New Deal came about. Do you have any questions for the presenters? It appears that I'm the only one asking questions. I would like to ask a question to Dr. Kyu-pan Kim then. Dr. Kim, you have outlined many different examples, and if we look at the EU's New Deal, shaping Europe's digital future project, for example, it's not really aiming to, make the world a happier place for everyone. It's actually, striving to make Europe, competitive. Probably because the crisis that they're facing is so difficult to recover from. And there are three pillars. One is digital technology, the other is digital economy, and the third pillar seems to be society. Of course, AI, 5G, telecommunication, and education and human resource development is also mentioned. And in order to revive the economy, there needs to be a lot of startup activities. And in order to make a sustainable society, there needs to be this green transition. I think that's all outlined in that digital strategy. So I think these are very meaningful. Digital technology, digital economy, digital society. So these three pillars seem to be quite meaningful. In the case of Korean New Deal, we have, on the one hand, Digital New Deal, and there is the Green New Deal, and also strengthening of the social safety net. So these are the key pillars on which the Korean New Deal is built. Of course, we're not as categorized in our approach as EU is, but Dr. Kim, you talked about the three pillars of the European strategy. How do you think, such pillars could maybe be relevant for the Korean New Deal? Well, I do not have a very in-depth understanding of the Korean Digital New Deal. So just based on my rough knowledge of the Digital New Deal, the Korean government's version of the Digital New Deal seems to be pretty much focused on the online and remotely delivered digital services in order to recover the economy from COVID-19. So compared to the EU's three-pillar approach, the Korean Digital New Deal seems to be narrower in scope. And COVID-19 seemed like it was going to be controlled, and then it picked up again in Korea. So right now, there is a greater focus on the digital industries. And so in this environment, I don't think there will be a significant hurdle blocking a government effort to foster these industries. But in order for us to expand this to a broader scope, to the one that we're seeing in Europe, we need to, we should not just focus on technology. We should have a more comprehensive approach. Of course, because this is about digital, technological advancement and investing in it is important. But in order for this to be more widely meaningful, there has to be a sound market for this. And in order for us to have this not as just an economic stimulus, but have a far-reaching societal impact, we really need to sort of have a package, the kind that EU has put forth. But it's creating packages of policies or strategies. It's not as easy. It's easy to say, but it's very difficult to achieve because there are different ministries who are given specific mandates and who want to have that specific domain in which they have control. And so in order for the digital New Deal in Korea to become a widely impactful New Deal, we need sort of a whole of government approach rather than a siloed approach. And I think that's something that we need to learn from the EU's case. I also agree to what you just mentioned. In pursuing digital New Deal, of course, we need to foster the different technologies, but at the same time, we need to have the public-private cooperation and a governance that would involve both. And we need more whole-of-government approach. We need to have green economy, green society, and green technology that can be developed through more broad approach. Maybe initially we were not ready to incorporate all of these different elements into this New Deal plan, but over the course of time, I think we could potentially expand so that ultimately we could achieve a meaningful social transformation. And further to that, maybe a success case in this endeavor could also help us share our experiences with other countries in the future. I think we have come to the end of this session. I would like to thank the presenters and the panelists, as well as the participants and viewers who've been watching through YouTube. Thank you very much for your participation. We have looked at the new deals across the world and took some insights that can be beneficial for Korea. COVID-19 has posed great challenges for us, but perhaps we could turn those challenges into opportunities. And the insights that we shared today can be viewed later on through our channels. And I think that's great that we're able to have that available for you. And I hope that we can have meaningful international cooperation so that our new deals can be very fruitful. Thank you very much for your participation.
글로벌 코리아 박람회에 오신
Welcome you all to Global Korea Convention 2020. In this session, you are going to talk about the international ODA and gender issues, more specifically the 10-year progress and future outlook for gender equality ODA by Korea. I'm the moderator for this session, Shin Hae-soo from Korea Center for UN Human Rights Policy. Thank you all very much for being here with us, both on-site and online. Now I'd like to open the session. First of all, I'd like to invite President Yoo Kyung-moon of Korea Women's Development Institute for the opening remarks. Please welcome her with a warm round of applause.
안녕하십니까?
Good afternoon. I am President Yoo Kyung-moon of Korea Women's Development Institute. Thank you all very much for participating in this session despite your busy schedule. In the post-COVID-19 era, we are here together to talk about how to mobilize Korea's leadership capability, and that is why we're here together at this Global Korea Convention 2020. And I'd like to thank our co-hosts, KDI, and other organizing bodies for their effort. And also, I'd like to thank Minister Jong-ok Lee from the Ministry of Gender Equality and Family for her warm congratulatory remarks that we are going to listen to shortly. We put together this session to look back on Korea's 10-year history of ODA in the area of gender equality and look forward to the future. The gender equality is one of the basic philosophies of Korea's ODA under the relevant law, and we still see the need to emphasize gender equality around the world. So as a result, for the past 10 years, gender equality related ODA grew both in volume and in quality as well in Korea. Women's role in society has been growing around the world. And in tandem with that change, we are also stepping up our effort. We are also reaching out to women in the regions of conflict. Gender equality ODA, despite its significance, still takes up a small portion in the overall ODA. About 10% in the case of Germany. Compared to Germany and Sweden, Korea's the gender equality ODA share in the overall Korean ODA is very low, hovering around 10%. The COVID-19 situation actually accentuated gender inequality in Korea. And in other countries as well. So we need to be more vigilant in this area. And I hope this session will be a great forum to talk about ideas to promote gender equality and awareness about gender issues. I thank all the presenters and discussants and participants. Thank you very much.
네, 원장님.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lee, for your opening speech. Now, I would like to invite you to listen to the video message by Minister for Gender Equality and Family. Good afternoon. I am Lee Chung-ok, Minister for Gender Equality and Family. I would like to thank the organizers for putting together a session dedicated to the topic of international development cooperation in gender equality. I'm grateful to the Korean Women's Development Institute for organizing this session, and I would also like to thank KOICA, Sookmyung Women's University, and KCOC for participating in this session. And I would also like to thank the presenters, Dr. Chang Eun-ha, Director of the Center for International Development Cooperation of KWDI, Ms. Stephanie Kim, Gender Specialist at KOICA, and the moderator, Dr. Shin Hae-soo, President of Korea Center for UN Human Rights Policy. International development cooperation has focused on the common goal of narrowing the gap between the North and the South. Since 2015, sustainable development has become the core paradigm with 17 concrete goals, which we hope to achieve by 2030. Eliminating inequality between countries and achieving gender equality are important sustainable development agenda. Korea has relatively short history as a donor in development cooperation. In 2010, we became a member of DAC and became one of the donors in OECD. So we celebrate this year our 10th anniversary as a member of DAC, firmly establishing ourselves as a significant donor, and we're proud of the fact that we've made meaningful progress in gender-conscious ODA. Although our experience as a donor may be relatively short, we have our extensive experience as a partner country. Therefore, Korean ODA efforts are marked by a deep understanding of the partner country perspective. My ministry is engaged in various bilateral ODA projects, including women's vocational competency development training, women's capacity building support, prevention of violence against women, and survivor support. We also make financial contributions to UN Women with a focus on gender-sensitive peace building and gender-sensitive recovery from COVID-19. Ministry of Gender Equality and Family also endeavors to do gender mainstreaming in ODA projects run by various government ministries and to expand ODA with a gender focus. From the identification of potential ODA opportunities to the planning, implementation, and evaluation of outcomes, we seek to introduce gender perspective, and we've been developing a gender equality promotion toolkit to this end. COVID-19 has made it challenging to carry out ODA projects. However, crises can also be turned into opportunities. At a time when gender equality is even more critical, Korea can contribute by reviewing our public diplomacy and ODA from a gender perspective and come up with ways to further strengthen our ODA in the area of gender equality. In closing, I wish you a successful conference, and I wish all the participants health and safety. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So even though Minister Lee could not be here with us physically, but still she graciously sent us a video message. So thank you very much, Minister Lee. Now we are going to start the session. I'd like to invite our moderator, President Hae Soo-shin from the Korea Center for UN Human Rights Policy. She is now also a member of the UN Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights Committee. Hello, nice to meet you all, and thank you very much for inviting me as a moderator at this session. I want to thank the organizers, the Ministry of Gender Equality and Family, and Korea Women's Development Institute for organizing this session. As introduced, I've been working in the area of human rights and also economic and social and cultural rights as well. If you look at the social contract area, women's participation in economic activities and cultural and social spheres are emphasized as well. So that has been my main area of activities. So thank you very much once again for inviting me to this significant session. Nowadays, gender equality ODA is gaining significance, and I think it's a very timely session to have an opportunity to talk about its progress so far, its status, and future outlook. We are going to listen to two presentations. The first presenter is Dr. Eunha Jang. She is now working at Korea Women's Development Institute. She's also Dr. Jang, and followed by Specialist Sunyoung Kim from KOICA. Specialist Kim is a gender specialist at KOICA, so she is working hard to mainstream gender issues in ODA area. So KOICA's gender equality policy, how it is actually implemented worldwide, that is going to be Specialist Kim's topic. And now I want to introduce our discussants. Mr. Hun-sang Lee, he is the representative of International Healthcare Development Partners. He's also teaching at Yonsei University. And second discussant, Professor Min-jung Park from Sungmyeong Women's University. She is teaching at the Department of Global Services. And third discussant, Ms. Kyung-ju Lee. She is a manager from the in the area of humanitarian development at International Development Cooperation private consulting body. So we have two presenters and three discussants. Please keep your remarks at about 12 minutes. So now let me invite Dr. Jang for the first presentation. She is going to talk about Korea ODA policies, progress and outcome to develop women's capacity in developing countries. Hello, as introduced, I'm Eunha Jang. I want to look back on the outcome of Korea's gender equality ODA for the past 10 years. So I'd like to offer a brief overview throughout the history. And I also want to touch upon progress in Korea in terms of gender equality and what kind of future trajectory we can envision from the history. So my presentation is not highly technical or academic. Rather, my presentation is a quick overview of what we've been doing so far. And I'd like to offer my presentation as a starting point for our discussion. So these are main parts of my presentation. Part 1, the gender equality ODA status globally and in Korea. So I'm going to refer to some OECD data here. And part 2, Korea now has been a member of DAC, Development Assistance Committee, for 10 years now. So we joined the committee 10 years ago. And for the past 10 years, I want to take a look at how gender equality ODA in Korea expanded. Part 3 is about my suggestions. Well, I don't dare to make suggestions or proposals, but rather this is some ideas, point that I proposed for us to discuss about further development of Korea's gender equality ODA. First, global status of gender equality ODA. If you look at the OECD DAC member countries' total volume for gender equality ODA, annual average, it was $48.7 billion, taking up 42% of total ODA. So it was a record amount. Compared to this amount in the previous period between 2009 through 2010, the volume was $25.3 billion. So there was a significant increase in the amount. And out of the total ODA, 4%, which is about $4.6 billion, had gender marker 2 as a major principal objective. So in the case of gender marker 1, it means that gender equality ODA may not be the most core project objective, still one of important objectives of that ODA. Gender marker 2, it means that gender equality ODA is the most main objective and goal of that ODA program. Gender marker 0 is that this program has not been confirmed for any gender equality ODA element. On the right-hand side, you have a bar graph of DAC member countries' portion in gender equality ODA. In certain countries, gender equality ODA take up as much as 80 or 90%. For example, Northern European countries. Gender marker 2, that's actually purple color. So you can see that certain countries have a high portion of gender marker 2. Spain, Australia, and Austria. So they focus on gender marker 2 program. This year marks 25th anniversary of the Beijing Declaration and Action Plan. So I wanted to look at the gender equality ODA proportion since the Beijing Declaration. You have the chart on the right-hand side. So media, human rights, education, training, these areas received more ODA, but that is not the case for gender issues and gender equality. But what we can also read from this data is that there are certain types of ODA that's receiving increasing amount, for example, armed conflict and violence against women. So this is a current trend. And let me move on to the status of Korea's gender equality ODA. So if you look at the overall average ratio of gender equality ODA in Korea from 2017 to 2018, it takes up about 80% of the total Korea's ODA. And gender marker 2 takes up about 2.2%, gender marker 1 takes up about 15%. So as you can see here, we have been steadily increasing gender equality ODA program, but still compared to the OECD average of 42%, we have a long way to go. If you look at the spider web kind of graph on the right top of the chart, education and reproductive health received a lot of ODA. It's almost skewed. And next, gender marker 1 program. So if, let's say, out of the 100% of gender marker 1 programs, over 80% of Gender Marker 1 programs are done by the Korean Export and Import Bank. And Gender Marker 2 program, so out of the total 100% of Gender Marker 2 programs, 83% are implemented by KOICA. But gender markers alone does not actually give us a comprehensive view of Korea's gender equality ODA status. So, because sometimes the programs are not properly identified as gender marker 1 or 2. So, for example, gender marker 0, whereas the given program actually has some gender equality element. So this is something that we need to monitor going forward. And again, gender equality ODA status in Korea. For Korea to join OECD DOC, we received a special peer review back in 2008. And except for that initial peer review in 2008, we also received additional 2 peer reviews so far. So initially, back in 2008, that's before Korea became a DOC member country. So the peer review finding said that Korea emphasizes gender equality as one of the issues of cross-cutting issues, but still not enough gender equality ODA volume. So after that, we've been steadily increasing gender equality ODA. Now I want to talk about how gender equality ODA has been expanded in Korea now that we commemorate the 10th anniversary of becoming a DOC member. So gender equality ODA increased in volume. That's clear. We can just refer to the numbers here. So Gender Marker 1 program, Gender Marker 2 programs, they both grew quantitatively. And now in many of the programs, gender equality is a mainstream element. So if you look at the table on the right-hand side, in 2009, out of the total ODA budget, only 3% was allocated to gender equality ODA program, whereas the 2018 number is 18%. And also providing ODA to women's group, that in that case, we collect the data under CRS indicator. So it's a separate indicator. And also domestic violence. Violence against women. So ODA for to fight against domestic violence against women. These ODA are measured as a separate indicator. So this is a timeline since Korea joining DOC and how Korea's gender equality ODA has been developing so far. So then what kind of elements or policies are common or frequently found in Korea's gender equality ODA programs? So first of all, in 2010, we enacted the Basic Act on International Development Cooperation. So here, Article 3 clearly mentions realization of gender equality. And steadily after that, Korean government also included realizing gender equality in the basic plan for Korea's ODA. And also, gender sensitivity became an important measure to evaluate ODA programs in Korea. And also for that, and after that, specific guideline to mainstream gender equality was introduced as well. And here, very clearly, support for women, refugees, and children and other vulnerable people are included. So that's in 2019. And now a second basic basic plan is drafted. And here again, support to women, children, and refugees and other vulnerable people are included. So girls and support for girls is also important as well. Well, that was back in 2017. And in 2018, really important initiative was undertaken by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. This is a peace initiative with the women. And with this initiative, we conducted ODA programs. That was in 2018. In 2019, again, we revised a humanitarian support strategy specifying the priority support for women, children, refugees, and other vulnerable people. So that has been a quick historical overview. So gender equality ODA grew both in size and scope in Korea. And for effective implementation of gender equality ODA, we offer a lot of education opportunities. We publish guidelines as well. And so thanks to that, nobody now asks why we need to have gender equality ODA. Now the question is, how can we expand gender equality ODA? So from now on, this is my kind of personal take on this issue, my own questions and comments and ideas about gender equality ODA. So once again, we need to increase and improve gender equality ODA. And we've made a lot of efforts to that end. But how much progress have we really made qualitatively? So we need to take a hard look at our improvement so far. So I'm sure everyone will agree on the need of gender equality aid. But many people kind of struggle with how part of the equation. So this is something that we need to address going forward. So these are some of my ideas that I'd like to suggest for further development of gender equality ODA. Once again, these are please take these ideas just as conversation starters. When I was preparing this presentation, I thought about what does gender equality ODA mean for Korea? And what is the way forward for us? Have we ever had a really serious thinking and deep discourse about this? So there are many Korean experts on gender equality, and even among experts, they don't have a uniform understanding of gender equality. And so they don't know what gender equality mean. They don't know what gender equality ODA mean because everyone understands it differently. So I felt the need to have a widely agreed upon definition of gender equality and gender equality ODA. And also, we need to identify priority areas for gender equality ODA, set the right target, and manage the budget and coordinate programs so that we can avoid overlapping programs. In terms of the institutional framework, we still need to strengthen certain policies. Are we going to simply focus on women and children? It's very easy to include the phrase, we focus on women and children in any policy document. But that is not enough. And also, gender ODA. We really don't have a gender ODA specialized research center. And personally, it is my personal desire to see such a center. So such a center would be able to manage data more specifically about gender ODA. So a kind of think tank. And also, gender equality ODA implementation education is necessary, I believe. When I go out to educate people about gender equality ODA, gender equality comes across as a very vague concept to many people. So even such ODA program participants, they don't understand what gender equality means. But usually, so I hope that we can kind of identify gender equality ideas to improve gender equality, and ideas for gender equality ODA from bottom up. And fourth, I think this is really a fundamental issue. So we implement gender equality ODA, and people think of it as a vague concept. I think that's because we are living in a very gender unequal society. So even in our society, gender inequality is very severe. So we don't know what gender equality is in a real sense. We never learned about gender equality from our fathers, so we don't know what gender equality looks like and feels like. So, when the gender equality ODA practitioners and the implementation institutions, when they themselves do not have enough understanding of this, then how can such programs benefit a lot of people? So I think fundamentally this is something we need to think about as well. So this has been my short presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Chang. So Dr. Chang gave us an overview about the 10-year history of Korea's gender equality ODA. So how its status has changed over time in comparison to other countries' gender equality ODA. And also, although Korea's gender equality ODA grew a lot in volume and in scope, but still there is much more room for improvement. And she gave us some ideas for us to mull over. So I hope to hear great feedback about those ideas from our discussant later on. So we need a socially agreed upon understanding of gender equality ODA. Education is important. How are we going to educate people about gender equality ODA? And also the practicing institutions themselves, they also need to have understanding of gender equality. So thank you very much for your presentation.
이런 과제를 So we've looked at the challenges. And now I would like to invite a speaker from KOICA, which is actually carrying out the ODA projects facing all these challenges. And so I would like to hear from Dr. Stephanie Kim, who is the gender specialist at KOICA. She's going to talk about SDG 5 and the kind of gender equality ODA best practices that KOICA was able to implement. So please, Dr. Kim. Good afternoon. I am Stephanie Kim, and I'm a gender specialist at KOICA. And the previous presentation was, something that I could really concur with, and I do believe that if we can overcome those challenges, we could truly say we are doing gender equal ODA. I was initially going to provide the best practices from the beginning of the presentation, but I think depending on the perspective, one might see it as a best practice, others might not. And so I wanted to provide some background in the beginning of the presentation. And I have experienced projects where gender equality was not adequately respected. And through interventions, we've been able to improve upon our performance. So I would like to first begin with KOICA's strategy for gender equality, and then I'll talk about our KOICA project examples. And we also have some KOICA initiative project examples. We have at KOICA projects that actually implement the initiatives that are put forth by the Ministry of Gender Equality and Family. So I have on the left side the core elements that constitute our gender equality strategy. So from 2008 to 2016, we were able to achieve significant progress in terms of gender equality. And we have been focusing on health, education, and also we have sought to in delivering these health-focused and education-focused projects, we have sought to help girls and women, and also Better Life for Girls initiative was something that we contributed to. As we became a member of OECD DAC, we were required to have a gender specialist. They asked, do you have a gender sensitivity officer? And the director of KOICA at the time ran directly to KWDI to get adequate training in order to meet the requirements proposed by OECD DAC. As you know, in order for there to be a perception or perspective, you need to have certain rules and systems or institutions in place that would nurture that culture or perspective. And so the people who are in KOICA have been learning about gender mainstreaming and gender equality and gender sensitivity. And we have ODA Academy, where we've been raising awareness with the general public. And as you know, the SDGs have been defined, and KOICA decided to maybe broaden our perspectives because we tended to be very focused on particular areas. And we found that no matter how hard we work on our projects, unless there are fundamental changes in mindset, it would be very difficult to have lasting effect. So we wanted to sort of change the mindset about the women that we are shaping, we were trying to help, because we wanted to see them not just as victims or just as survivors. We wanted to really nurture them to become competent agents in our society. And so we are required to provide grants, and within the grants, we only had a significant amount allocated to gender equality ODA. And we wanted to really make our projects meaningful so that there can be some mindset change. But we felt our resources and our competencies were limited. So we decided to work with other organizations. And you know, there are a lot of Korean CSOs that are also present in these developing countries. And they have observed the gender inequality in these local communities, and they've been working with UN and MDB. And so we also felt that it is very important for us to work multilaterally with different partners, with different perspectives, and with different experiences. So we have decided to take a transformative approach to take the disadvantaged women to really transform them into agents of change. And as Dr. Chang mentioned, if gender mainstreaming is not embedded within the organization, it is very difficult to have that organization be successful in gender equality, in doing gender equality ODA. So we've been making a lot of efforts to really gender mainstream our own organization. We have set our gender equality strategy, and this is actually stated in our website. And in order to achieve outcomes, we really need to have our gender-sensitive perspective internalized. And also, instead of just going into a bilateral project without fully being capable, we decided to engage in multilateral partnerships. That is the key part of our strategy. Now, SDG 5, we've been involved in reproductive health, in education sector. And there are areas where we were not able to really effectively work. So we started a different partnership. We have been able to work with UNFPA and UN Women. And we've been involved in the Fill the Gap, which is a KOICA SDG 5 initiative. And so we want these women who were marginalized and underserved to become true agents of change. And we started to identify, project ideas to nurture these women. And oftentimes, the projects that we had been involved in were not adequately documented, and the data did not get stored very effectively. And we really have to talk with data in order to persuade people. So, we decided to speak with the statistics offices in the respective countries in order for these data to be collected and to have these data for effective implementation in the future as well. And we have tried to work towards a very neutral and objective evaluation of our organization. And we were able to get recognition for being a very gender equal organization, both in our organization and in our endeavors abroad. Now, I would like to talk about our projects. I was involved in the Senegal Drinking Water Project. In the TV, you see commercial where these women or girls would go for drinking water, and everyone knows that there is an issue. But when we were trying to engage with the community to actually do a project dealing with drinking water safety, there was a lot of challenges that we faced. We went and, it was a very remote location. And we were nevertheless able to create some infrastructure to make the drinking water safer in that area because we are backed by the Korean government. But at the time, we were not able to fully analyze how this project could have positive impact on gender equality. So we went back to the project to understand the impact. I was a researcher at KOICA, so I went there and I found out that the increased leisure time for women and girls did not necessarily translate into greater opportunity for education or increase in income for these girls and women. And so there needs to be a mindset change. And we call the WASH project. So the hygiene aspect was added into this. And we continuously need to emphasize how women positively contribute to the community and what value they bring into the community. Without that, it's very difficult to achieve a mindset change. So does this mean that our project was a failure? Actually, KOICA's drinking water project was able to achieve the goal of providing safe drinking water and thereby raising the quality of life. So we were able to achieve that, no problem. But from a gender equality perspective, there was still a lasting gender inequality that remained in the local community, which we were not able to change. And in terms of achieving sustainable development, this was a success because they were able to sustainably produce drinking water and access drinking water. But gender equality-wise, there was a lasting problem. And in this area, the tribe had a custom of female genital mutilation, and they tend to keep girls away from schools and marry them off at a very young age. So there were a lot of problems in terms of gender. So although this was a successful case of providing safe water, we needed also to make this project more gender equal. So we went there once again. But in this project, we found that the salinity level, and the second time around when we went, the salinity level had gone up. And so we realized that we needed to deal with the salinity issue. And as we did that, we wanted also to incorporate gender equality promotion aspects. So we created a plan to introduce gender mainstreaming into the second phase of this safe drinking water project. We were able to meet with a women's association in this village, and these women often want to play an important role as a mother to their children, and they're very interested in education. And despite the COVID-19 pandemic, some of our colleagues did go to Senegal to actually understand how gender mainstreaming is being done with this project. And so over a course of 10 years, this drinking water project has continued. Initially, this project did not really have gender equality consideration. But as participants in the project woke up to the need for gender mainstreaming, we've been able to tweak the projects, and we hope to present in the future better gender equality outcomes through this project. And also, we've been involved in other projects. And this was done not just by us, but we were working with other organizations as well. And the aim of this project was to create a social enterprise to promote self-sufficiency. And there were women as well as men who got involved. And this is a workshop where there are a lot of sewing machines, and they create dresses. And they actually held a fashion show afterwards. And from 2018 to 2020, $1.3 million was invested. So this was not such a large project for KOICA standards, but we were able to touch upon these different SDGs, 1, 8, 10, 11, and 12, and we created a matrix to evaluate, but this particular group here were made up of forced migrants in the Philippines, and they were very unhappy, very depressed, without hope. And so what they really wanted was to put up a fashion show to reaffirm that they're very confident and reliable people, and they wanted to show that international community that quantitative growth, although it could be meaningful, that in and of itself will not be the only meaningful outcome of these projects. So that they wanted to make a statement about that. And so they really wanted to show the world what they are capable of. And in that sense, this project was a success. And so it is very important to justify a project, maybe in terms of numbers, but if you also look at the individuals who are touched by the project, even if they're only few in number, that project can actually be very meaningful. And this is a project which kicked off just a couple of weeks ago because of the COVID-19. East Timor is a very conflict-ridden region. And this project is to prevent gender-based violence. And remember the gender markers? In addition to that, there was a different code. And violence against women and girls, there is a different code called CRS. So this project is really aligned with that CRS code. And we've been developing these projects that have this CRS code. You can see on the left, we no longer call the victims of violence victims. We often call them survivors. But we want them to evolve from being a victim to really stand up and become human rights defenders themselves. And in order to achieve that, we need a very comprehensive approach. On the right, you see 4 different UN agencies. First, you need UNFPA because we need direct connection to health care services. And also, there are legal efforts that need to be made, and this is done by UNDP. And also, perception and mindset is very important. So there is UN Women who have been very active in that area. And IOM, well, we did not know when we were planning this project that there would be this pandemic. Despite that, we included IOM because of potential for natural disasters such as floods in this area and displacement as a result. And so now IOM was provided indelible support in this project. If we were to just send 1 or 2 Korean people, that may not have a very big impact. So we wanted to partner with these different partner organizations, and we want to continue monitoring these projects so that we also learn from the experience and continue engaging with the local community. And we have planned these projects for 2021, economic empowerment of women, women's empowerment, and also we want to produce alternative sanitary napkins for refugees in Rohingya, and also we have a project for capacity building for peace judges. With this, I would like to conclude my presentation. I have left 5 seconds. Thank you very much, Dr. Kim, for your presentation. In KOICA, I know you developed the gender sensitive guideline, gender sensitivity guideline or gender mainstreaming guideline, and I got involved in that as well. And Koika has been very active in this regard. And you provided very good real project experience from Senegal and East Timor, which was very interesting. I think Fill the Gap initiative is very good naming and branding. GAP standing for Gender Advocacy Partnerships. SDG 5 is summarized as gender equality, but this includes the empowerment of women and girls. So how to measure that empowerment is important, but sometimes it's not just important in terms of numbers, but the actual qualitative experience of transforming oneself from a victim to a more active agent for change. I think that is very valuable. So in that sense, your presentation was very insightful. Dr. Chang talked about the gender equality promotion in the international arena and also provided Korea's overall initiatives and so you provided the overall framework in terms of gender equality in ODA, and Stephanie Kim was able to provide the actual project experience. So I think that was very helpful.
남성 토론자. So I think it is a great relief for us to have a male voice with us. So actually, other sessions are quite male dominated, but this session we were able to get hold of a male panelist. So it is our good fortune. And now I'd like to ask Mr. Lee to deliver his discussion point. So Professor Lee, please go ahead. So from the perspective of international healthcare and development, please go ahead. The Global Korea Convention 2020, I think out of all the sessions, I think this session is the best practice case in terms of mainstreaming gender issues. So it's my honor to be here today. And also, it's also kind of a reality in Korea that only this kind of topic can have a female-dominated session. While listening to the presentations, I worked at Koika as a healthcare expert and as researcher Chang and specialist Kim mentioned, we have a lot of issues and challenges at hand and how we are going to resolve them. But both presentations were very passionate. So I was able to feel the passion, which was quite encouraging for me. And now my comment is I want to start with the basis of gender equality ODA. First, I think it needs to be multifaceted. So many ODA programs clearly state that it provides support to women, children, and vulnerable groups. So we have many such initiatives. For example, Peace with the Women initiative. So these are all very welcome efforts. And I believe that these efforts will contribute to gender equality ODA. And KOICA is also proposing a more specific direction for gender equality ODA. So I'm seeing a lot of improvement, progress in gender equality ODA. And but compared to the volume growth so far, as Director Zhang mentioned, we are still lacking in terms of quality. For example, what can be done better and how we can pursue gender equality more. So maybe we need a more specialized ODA programs with special focus on gender equality ODA. So I'm talking about a need to develop more specialized programs. So from now on, when we expand gender equality ODA, we cannot be focused on simply volume expansion. We need to think about quality improvement as well, scope improvement as well. And also, we need to pursue mainstreaming gender across the ODA in Korea. So gender equality based implementation strategy is necessary. So for example, not just in the area of healthcare and education, but in areas such as economy, agriculture, and ICT. So within this sectoral strategy, gender equality needs to be really embedded as a part of sectoral strategy. And already, many programs are in place, for example, in healthcare and education. So, for example, let's say a given program which is about birth control, can we classify that as a gender equality ODA? Birth control, if birth control is going up in a certain region, is it simply because birth control tools are being distributed there, or is it because wives are actually being empowered vis-a-vis their husbands? So we need to have a program that can improve gender equality, not just quantitatively, but qualitatively as well. Something that can lead to real substantial improvement in gender equality. And gender-based projects, we should go beyond simply implementing gender-based program. I believe that ODA should be a core aspect of Korea's overall international cooperation. And out of the Korea ODA, gender equity should be an important topic as well. I believe in empowering women, and I believe in improving people's capability in dealing with the gender equity issues. So we need to develop more specialists in this area. Not that we don't have any specialists in this area, but we still need more. So we need to train more specialists, and we need to develop expertise and gender equality. And healthcare, agriculture, environment, in all these sectors, gender sensitivity need to be really embedded. So for anyone who's executing ODA program, they need to have gender sensitivity, and they need to practice gender sensitivity and gender equality in any given ODA program. So for that, maybe a more specific gender basis can be utilized, and we need to have a more international level of expertise and specialists who can execute ODA programs, gender equity ODA programs with more gender sensitivity. In the past, when we talked about gender equity ODA, it was mostly UN programs. But in the UNFPI and IOM and other international bodies are now active in this area. So we have more international bodies to work with. So what about a situation in Korea? So we need to develop more domestic partners in Korea, for example, NGOs, civil groups. So we also need to empower domestic capacity to conduct and implement gender equity ODA. And in doing so, we also need to have more field-based ODA program. And also evaluating and researching ODA program needs to be more expanded. So I hope to see more bigger research base into this area. So the gender equity ODA can really be rooted on the field situation. And I want to see real academic talents researching this area. The academia who's doing research, and also the field workers, the field practitioners who actually go out and implement OEDA program. I think they need to work together. They need to talk together. So I think we need to build an ecosystem to facilitate such exchange. So I think that could be one way to improve our gender equality ODA strategy implementation. And in the process of making policies, we need all these elements. So we need to have kind of virtuous cycle where each element reinforce each other. And also, we need to be more specific in our program content. So we really need to have a quality gender equity ODA specialist. And we also need to have kind of career path options so that talent can be attracted to this field. So we need to have a really expert professionals, expertise, who can go out and work on the field overseas and work with international organizations. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for all your points. I think those are all very great points. So not just in healthcare and education, each sector needs to mainstream gender, and also human resource development and international body and NGOs all need to work together. And the academia and the field workers, they need to work together. So there's actually Kaida. Kaida is playing that bridge role, and there is the International Development Cooperation Alliance. So we have kind of framework, but it's not very active yet. But yes, you pointed out really great point. So thank you very much.
그럼 두 번째. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Min-jung Park to deliver her comments. Good afternoon. I'm visiting professor at Sookmyung Women's University. It is my great honor to participate in this session on gender equality and international development cooperation. I really enjoyed listening to the presentations and the discussion delivered by Mr. Hun-sang Lee. And I would also like to add by providing some of my recommendations to addressing those challenges. As Mr. Hun-sang Lee mentioned, Korea has built an institutional foundation and framework. I still feel a little bit pessimistic because I still would want to ask, isn't it true that we only have the institutional framework in place without real substance? Because, gender equality related act oftentimes do not have a clear definition as to what gender equality means in substance. And if you look at the COICA's guideline with regards to gender equality, and it also provides gender marker related explanations. So in terms of the numbers, we have some progress that has been validated by numbers, but there are more than 40 agencies that are engaged in ODA grants. But if there is only one agency which is involved in the ODA grants, actually promotes gender equality, if just one organization is doing that, what about the other ones? So I got involved in a research, and as of 2017, of all the Korean projects that were submitted to the ODA sector, we found titles that seem to denote some sort of consideration of gender equality, and yet, in substance, there was no gender mark assigned to these. And we looked at those projects. If we were to include all of those that lack gender mark, but in title mention something about gender equality, then we would be able to say 1% of the ODA has some gender equality aspect. So that means even including those that were, even if we generously include those that were not given gender mark as being involved in some sort of gender equality initiatives, it would still be only 1%. That means we still lack the ODA projects with the gender equality focus. So we now have an area where we need significant improvement. And actually, Korea has become more active in this area. And I believe that many international organizations are sending proposals to Korea to get involved. And if now this is an area where Korea can really make meaningful contributions, we should think hard about what substantial contributions we can actually make that can concretely make changes in the lives of the women in these local communities. So right now, we are involved in partnerships with various, multiple organizations, but it's not like we have a very distinct philosophy or our own distinct approach to gender equality in these projects. So I think we need to build and develop on this. So in order to achieve improvement on this front, I would like to point out that there is no gender specialist in some of the government ministries. So I hope that the Ministry of Gender Equality and Family could make some recommendations so that there is greater gender mainstreaming across the Korean government. And that's a point I would like to make. In the case of Japan, in 2005, they introduced the gender specialist system. So they hired many gender sensitivity officers, and they were able to create organizations where gender mainstreaming has really taken place. I think we need to make a lot more effort in this regard. I think this was a critical view that Dr. Park was proposing. So although you're saying that there is some sort of institutional framework in place for practicing gender mainstreaming, there seems to be a lack in substance, is what she was saying. So not just in Ministry of Foreign Affairs or Ministry of Gender Equality, we should really have gender sensitivity officer in all of the different government ministries so that we can really have a whole of the government approach when it comes to gender mainstreaming. Thank you very much for that comment. So who's going to put the bell on the cat's neck is the issue. So we have KWDI here, and we have COICA here, and we also have 2 scholars from the academia. So we've heard from these different sectors. So now I would like to finally hear from the civil society organization's perspective on this. So what must change? Can you tell us your view from KCOC?
Hello, I'm from KCOC. My name is Kyung-Ju Lee. I think I need to explain briefly about my organization so that people can understand why I'm here. We work in humanitarian effort and development aid as well. So we participate in ODA programs, COICA ODA programs, and it's a kind of a consultative body among NGOs. So because of that, we have a lot of resources and information from many NGOs. I want to make 2 main points, but then while listening to other discussants, already covered much of what I wanted to talk about. So I'd like to strike down some of the points that may be overlapping. So first, for the past 10 years, Korean NGOs have been working hard to promote gender equality. And specifically in the gender equality ODA, what kind of efforts did Korea NGOs make so far? And that's the first point I want to make. And second, what about humanitarian aid? So, in the context of armed conflict or natural disasters, what kind of gender equality needs to be embedded in humanitarian assistance? There is a CSO, Ballroom, in Korea. It's development NGOs present in Korea. They kind of share their information about how many staff they have and in where they're working. So it's kind of a compendium of the data about these NGOs. And recent data is going to come up at the end of this year. So by looking at these data, I was able to identify certain interesting things. So when the first CSO book was published, gender equality was not mentioned. Only in 2009, reproductive health was mentioned for the first time. And later, gender equity first appeared in 2011. And gender and other programs still were on a relatively backseat compared to other healthcare issues, for example, reproductive health. So gender issue was a part of healthcare issue, particularly with relations to reproductive health. But later on, gender equity began to be classified as an independent program topic. But still under the gender equity gender program, still specifically the contents was about healthcare, reproductive health. So reproductive health actually took about 1% out of the overall ODA. That was back in 2011, around 2011. And after that, gender equity and support for gender equity promotion groups, this kind of support increased, but still, one significance we can draw from this is that gender equity ODA still grew in volume and scope, not just in the government and in NGOs as well. So I wanted to take a look at how this came about. So I wanted to look at the background of the gender equity ODA. Gender and gender equality and all the other ODA topics, we talk about safeguarding. Safeguarding is important. In the process of planning and implementing ODA programs, all the program participants and practitioners, they need to have a certain level of gender sensitivity. So they need to receive certain training, but it really varies institution by institution. Certain NGOs, they have a lot of experiences and expertise in training NGO workers about gender issues, gender equality, but some NGOs do not. Here, COICA can play a role, in my view. So now PDM is a really commonly used. But before, in many years, even for COICA program, we just wrote in a narrative form. So when PDM was first introduced, we were very much uncomfortable about how to use it, how to write it. But now PDM is kind of a standard language. So in that sense, PDM played an important role. And gender equity and gender sensitivity and mainstreaming gender in ODA programs, these are actually very wide activities. So how are we going to expand these programs in a more broader sectors? I think we can adopt gender equality, gender as an official language. And also NGOs, when we think about NGOs, usually NGOs work at really grassroots levels. We work at villages. We work with the village people. We meet with girls. So these NGO workers need to have gender sensitivity. They need to have understanding of gender sensitivity guideline to ensure that organization, the NGO organization itself needs to have understanding of gender equality and sensitivity. So when you go out and work as a member or representative of the organization, your gender sensitivity is a kind of a reflection of your organization's gender sensitivity. So given that, we need to also think about how to improve the gender sensitivity organization-wise. And within the next 2 or 3 years, I think that institutional NGOs, the safeguarding is going to be included. That is our immediate goal for the near term.
And next year and the year after, KCOC will be providing education and training in more specific terms. Now, secondly, I would like to talk about gender issues in the humanitarian aid situations. gender-based violence has been talked a lot about recently, especially in the context of natural disasters and in conflict situations. We find women very vulnerable to the gender-based violence in these situations. And the reason why I wanted to bring up gender-based violence in humanitarian aid situations is because, we in the development situations, we talk about women as potential agents of change, but in the humanitarian aid, gender is directly linked to one's survival, one's life or death situations. So it's not a matter of not having the influence or the power or the initiative. It's not to that extent. It's actually more critical because women could just die in humanitarian situations. And so gender-based violence in the humanitarian context is very, very important. And I hope that, more organizations like KOICA can lead this discussion and set great examples. With this, I would like to conclude my comments. Thank you very much. Until now, KCOC has been a great organization getting together all the different CSOs and providing education and training for the CSO activists. And also some of the ODA funding has actually been executed through KCOC. So you have been a very important player in this sector. So you have talked about what challenges there are in the development cooperation context and the humanitarian aid context. One of the things that I found very insightful was this. In the health sector and also the reproductive health, I mean, terminology is something that we need to really agree upon. People use different terms because there are people who translate reproductive health into different terminologies in Korean. And so doctors and nurses use a different set of terms, and then there are another set of terms that are used by CSO activists. And so when I translate, it's very, very tough to choose the right term. So depending on the context, I try to choose the right one. But anyway, we really need to unify the terminologies, and we have to think about how we can promote greater gender sensitivity when we interact with the local community members that we're trying to serve. And also in the situations of natural disasters, gender-based violence can mean a life or death situation for women. So this needs to be given a special consideration is what I took away from Mr. Director Lee's comments. Now, the two presenters, do you have anything to add in response to the comments from the panelists? Well, I'm here on behalf of KOICA, and I think your comments are for KOICA. So I've jotted down many of your comments. And Mr. Lee, yes. The domain experts do need to be trained on gender sensitivity, and we believe that the ultimate goal is to have them have gender sensitivity, whichever domain they're working in. In Switzerland, there was a paper about the various ODA activities that are taking place, and it showed that oftentimes when anything relates to gender equality, they would dump the work all on one or two gender specialists. And I think it is very important for all of the different domain experts to have gender sensitivity and gender awareness. So we're working on that. And Professor Park's comments, I really agree with. and you really questioned whether this institutional framework has real substance and meaning. Well, our involvement in health and reproductive rights project, they became almost 90% of what we're doing, not because this was a gender project. These became an important part because these were part of health sector. And we really did not have any gender experts in the project. And so in order for these projects to really into the gender equality issues, such as why are women not able to have a say in family planning, for example, that needs to be expanded. And for us to really expand these reproductive rights related products or reproductive health projects into a more gender equality project, we really need to overhaul the whole thing. And also, I talked about the East Timor project. And we have the Sunflower Center, and it's become a best practice that's been showcased. And many people want to have this similar center added to the various activities that we're doing. And we are doing a lot of things in order to engage as many different stakeholders as possible to promote gender equality. It's very difficult for just one or two gender specialists to take on all the responsibilities. And also, you talked about the definition of gender equality. We also did a survey on the definition of gender equality within our organization. And a series of activities engaging women to increase women's participation. So that was one of the definitions put forth in the survey. But anyway, yes, defining gender equality meaningfully is very important. And also, we have been doing human rights impact assessment, and PUSEA has been introduced, and we are doing safeguarding related surveys as well. And KOICA is leading in some instances, and as a sample, Save the Children already did this survey, and Save the Children, actually, they have, a very streamlined policies on safeguarding, which we can learn from, and we need to really circulate this kind of knowledge.
Director Tang, do you have any comment? So while I was listening to the comments, I thought that, well, we can stay here for all night and keep discussing. But one realization came to me, so I'm really I feel the urgent need to say this. Gender equality ODA. So there are some issues specific to gender equality ODA, but there is the overall Korean ODA system issues. For example, the Korean ODA system is kind of fragmented. So when we talk about the challenges and obstacles in gender equity ODA, I want to see which is more specific to gender equity ODA and which is a kind of a spillover from the overall Korean ODA system issues. And the ODA, as you practice ODA programs 5 or 6 years, you feel the need to evaluate the programs, and you wonder what should be the right measure. And I had a chance to listen to a lecture. And for gender equity ODA, how can we measure that? How can we evaluate that? One discovery we made was that checklist, not checklist, but story collection. So story collection can be a way to measure gender equality ODA. So now I'm talking about qualitative evaluation and based on anecdote. So for example, an ODA recipient may come out and share her story. Because of this ODA program, I was able to get education, get a job, something like this. So maybe for gender equity ODA, we need to consider this particularity of the gender equity issues, and maybe we need to use more qualitative measure, even if it appears to be anecdotal, because that will give us a better picture of how this kind of ODA is making impact on the society. Yes, SDG goal number 5 and other 16 SDGs. So mainstreaming gender is just not limited to a particular SDG. It's supposed to be mainstreamed across the board, across SDG goals. For example, ICT, healthcare, reproductive health, so and agriculture as well. So each SDG area need to mainstream gender, need to incorporate gender as a main component. So that is a big task ahead of us. So how can we do that? How can we mainstream gender across SDGs? I think that is a big task ahead of us. So for Korea Women's Development Institute, I guess it's of particular concern for your institute. So maybe we can look forward to more specific research coming from you.
And Dr. Kim, I believe there are many challenges KOICA face as you implement these projects. So I think you really need to think about what KOICA needs in order to truly gender mainstream all the projects. And if you need external support in this, you have to identify what kind of support. I think that's something that you need to think about. And Professors Lee and Park, you also need to, do extensive research and also, educate your students with this perspective. And also, Director Lee from KCOC, I hope you can continue your work in the actual field of delivering ODA and providing assistance on the ground. So we have a research institute. We had, KOICA, which actually delivers ODA assistance, and we had professors from the academia, and we had the KCOC. So we had different stakeholders involved. So what happens with the outcome of our discussion today? Do we collate the recommendations and send it to the Office of the Policy Coordination? I think somehow we need to have this discussion fed back into meaningful change. Well, there was a lot of talk about health-related issues with regards to reproductive health. And when I first joined KOICA in 2011, so sexual and reproductive health was the topic that I talked a lot about. Perhaps maybe that's why KOICA focused so much in that line of project. But in Korea, we had significant achievements in this sector, so we wanted to share our results and try to share the good with other partner countries. That's why we were able to focus on this area. In the case of US, there was a lot of conservatism, and so there was not enough investment into providing family planning related assistance and dealing with reproductive health. And so that's why we sort of stepped in to fill in the gap. and at the we in Korea did not have a lot of health-related achievements that we could really transfer to other countries, but family planning was something that we had strength in. And so we got involved, and we got involved into mother and child health projects, and we were able to contribute our family planning expertise. But we have to think about whether the kind of family planning assistance that we've been providing really is in line with the gender equality initiatives that we're trying to promote. Because when family planning was first really led in Korea, the aim was to control the population that was growing so rapidly. And so if we think about family planning nowadays, of course, that might have some aspect of population control that needs to be considered. But actually, the family planning in today's context is more about the giving choice to the woman, the right to decide for the women. And so I think we need to sort of reflect upon our approach. And another thing I'd like to add is that we often have this framework of saying, we were doing well in this area, so let's do ODA using our strength to, teach them what to do. But I think we need to learn back from our partner countries because, for example, in Rwanda, there are many politicians and leaders who are women, whereas in Korea, we don't have that much representation of women in leadership positions. So instead of just purely delivering our experience one way towards the beneficiary country, I think we really need to sort of bilaterally or interactively, learn from even from our partner countries.
Yes, I think that's really what I feel, what I see from the first-hand experience. So I cannot really dictate our ODA recipients just to follow us because we learn from each other. Korea actually has gone through development of over decades, and back in Cairo, human rights was an important issue at the Cairo conference. So I think that's something we need to think about in the future. So thank you very much for your comment. So we took a look back on the 10 years history of Korea's gender equality ODA, and we try to think about a way forward and institutionally and also in terms of the substance, in terms of the human resources, in terms of the actual implementation. So we had a really active discussion about all these aspects of gender equality ODA. So I'd like to thank our presenters and discussants. Thank you very much. With this, I'd like to conclude this session on international development cooperation and gender equality. Thank you very much for your participation.